Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining today's meeting of the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee. I am Mignon Moore, and I serve as the co-chair of this committee alongside our distinguished colleague and long-serving co-chair, Jim Roosevelt, who unfortunately cannot be with us today, but I hope he is listening. He was with us last night via Zoom for several hours. So Jim, if you're out there, the committee is saying hello to you. Before we begin our work today, please join me in reciting the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. The next item on our agenda is to call the roll. As always, I would like to note for the record that this meeting is open to the public and live streamed. Please be sure to state your name and state before speaking for those listening remotely and for our court reporter. As we begin the process of adopting the rules that govern how we choose the Democratic nominee for president, Jim and I both agreed that it is important for this committee to be as transparent as possible to maintain the trust of the work that we do. With that in mind, moving forward, we ask that the members disclose any potential conflicts of interest that they may have through affiliation or employment with any group that may have a stake in the work that this committee has to perform. While we are not asking any member to recuse themselves, we do feel as though this is an important thing to do. If you have a conflict, please do so during the roll call. I'll now ask our parliamentarian, Helen McFadden, to call the roll.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Mr. Alex. Mr. Alex. Or is that it? Okay. Ms. Andrews?
Present.
Mr. Applebaum?
I'm here.
Ms. Blanco?
Presente.
Ms. Brazil?
Here. No conflicts as of today.
Ms. Brown?
Here.
Mr. Buckley?
Here. Should I identify myself as having a conflict as chair of the New Hampshire Democratic Party?
Ms. Wheaton? Ms. Wheaton? Okay. Ms. Cardona?
Presente.
Mr. Carnahan?
Here.
Ms. Conrad?
Here.
Ms. Daughtry?
Here.
Mr. Davila Parnas?
Present.
Ms. Davis?
Here.
Mr. Devermont? Here. Ms. Dingle?
Present and from Michigan.
Okay. Ms. Dowdell?
Present and from New Hampshire.
Ms. Dugarala?
Present.
Mr. Eldridge?
Present.
Ms. Fowler?
Here and from South Carolina.
Ms. Free?
Present.
Mr. Goodman?
Present.
Ms. Hernandez? Mr. Hicks?
Present.
Mr. Wynn?
Present.
Ms. Kmark? Mr. Kapp?
Here. No conflicts.
Mr. Kerrigan?
Present.
Ms. Cleve,
Present.
Mr. Leon.
Here.
Ms. Lewis,
Here.
Ms. Lopez Franson, Mr. McDonald,
Here.
Ms. Monroe Marino,
Here.
Mr. Munez, Mr. Marube,
Here.
Mr. Ray,
Here.
Mr. Seltzer,
Here.
Mr. Shea, Ms. Spain,
Present and from South Carolina.
Mr. Spate,
Here from Texas.
Ms. Swecker. Well, yes, you do. I'm sorry. I'm slow today. I'm wearing low. Mr. Thompson,
Present.
Mr. Traber,
Present.
Mr. Unamoto, Ms. Verrett,
I'm here.
Mr. Washington,
Here from the great state of Ohio.
Mr. Alex has given his proxy to Mr. Wynn. Has anyone come in since we started calling the roll? Okay. Mr. Munez has given his proxy to Mr. Ray. There are certainly more than, yeah. There's certainly a quorum present.
Thank you, Helen. Members of, per our charter and bylaws, a quorum is 40% or 20 members present in person or by proxy. I'm pleased to report we have a quorum. Before I begin, I want to recognize the team who works behind the scenes to make sure our meetings run smoothly. In addition to Helen, we are joined by staff from the Office of the Secretary and Party Affairs and former director and longtime advisor of the department and the party, Rick Boylan. In 1994, I'm going to do this, and I'm sure Rick is going to cringe as I do it. In 1994, Rick was appointed as the inaugural director of the party affairs and delegate selection for the Democratic National Committee. In this capacity, he directed the operations related to the party rules and was responsible for key components of the party's presidential nominating process, including the procedures used by each state Democratic Party to select delegates to the National Convention. In total, Rick worked at the Democratic National Committee for 20 years. His service at the party headquarters spanned the terms of 8 national chairs. Since leaving the DNC in 2001, he has continued to provide advice and assistance for the DNC on the party's rules and procedures for each national convention cycle. He is sitting in Jim's chair today, just keeping it warm, and he has big shoes to fill, but I'm sure he's going to fill it. But before we begin, I wanted to turn the conversation over to our chair to see if he had any opening remarks. And after we do that, then I'll get back to the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Rick, and to the team here for helping in Jim's absence, of course. And Rick, thank you for all you do for this party for so many years. Thank you to all of you who serve on this distinguished committee. I want to thank all of you for being here, of course, and for stepping up to serve at this critical moment. As you've been hearing over these past few days, our party is gearing up for 2026. We're, of course, looking ahead to 2028, and we're laying the groundwork for cycles to come. This committee and all of you who serve on it are key and a key factor in our success. And how? All of you know this. Many of you have served for years. For the new members, your work will help build the stage that allows our candidates and, of course, our campaigns to shine. Take the upcoming presidential nominating process, the early window calendar, the debate schedule, and the 2028 convention are all essential. and they are the set pieces that only the DNC can run. Because of the time and dedication that you've put in over the past year, the process is on track to be fair, efficient, and rigorous. Fair in that it will allow our candidates to compete without exhausting their resources unreasonably. Efficient in that it will help our states run a transparent and inclusive primary or caucus. And rigorous in that it will prepare our candidates to draw comprehensive support from every corner of our party. It will battle test our eventual nominee in a way that will prepare them to be the next President of the United States. And right now, because of the Rules and Bylaws Committee, we are ahead of the curve in setting up our candidates to succeed. And I'm confident that once our party selects our eventual nominee, that leader will be battle-tested and well-positioned to win the White House and deliver a better future. And all of that starts here in this committee with all of you. And maybe it's just because of the Artemis II moon mission, but I've been thinking about the enormous work that goes into a huge project like the nominating process. And I'm reminded of the story of President Kennedy on a visit to NASA headquarters. When asked one of the custodians what he did, his response was, "I'm helping put a man on the moon." And think about that for a moment. All of us in this room, no matter our title, no matter our role, are helping to elect the next Democratic President of the United States. Think about that. This is amazing. I pinch myself when I'm in rooms like this, thinking what we get to do together. Your work in ensuring fairness and transparency is critical to how we earn the trust necessary to win the highest office in the land. So I'm just here to say thank you. Thank you for all you've done already to get to this point. Thank you for adhering to the values that we all believe as we strive to transform our party into the one that we know is possible. So thank you for the work you're going to do in the coming months ahead. And I know there's been a lot of conversations, and there's more to come. I appreciate the respect that you showed to each other. We all have opinions, we all have thoughts, and you're all here for a reason. Not to shirk away from sharing them, not to shirk away from tough conversations, but to lean in and to remember that all of us in this room are here for the same reason. To build our party to win, to build it to expand, to build it to last, so we can win this moment and we can win the future. Thank you so much for all you do.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I also would like to take an opportunity to thank our committee. I also want to express my appreciation to the fellow committee members. I know that this is very challenging work. I see you do it. I'm in the meetings with you. I get the phone calls. And I really want you to know that Jim and I appreciate your level of dedication, especially during this time when we know that there are vacations, schools are out. So please know this is a debt of gratitude, and we thank you so much for your service. We've got a robust agenda for today, but as I describe our agenda momentarily, you'll notice that the majority of our topics are centered around on a discussion of the proposed delegate selection rules. We've committed to transparent proceedings and a thorough review of our process. Always feel free to speak up. Now, I know I didn't have to say that, but I just want you to know. We want you to feel free to do so. With that in mind, here's what we are hoping to cover during today's Rules and Bylaws Committee. I'll provide an update on the committee's consideration of the nominating contest window and consideration of applications to hold pre-window nominating contests. Our committee will then consider a member-submitted amendment to the bylaws of the Democratic National Committee, and we'll also dig into drafting the 2028 delegate selections rules. This will be the first of what I'm sure will amount to many committee meetings on the subject. Following our eventual completion of the delegate selection rules, we will consider the 2028 call to the convention. Does anyone have any questions before we start or go any further? Seeing no questions, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. And I'll turn it over to Rick.
Thank you, Mignon, and thank you to the members of this committee for allowing me to assist Mignon today. I know I have a very big shoes to fill or a warm seat to fill or something like that, but it's really an honor of mine to be able to step in for Jim to assist Mignon with this meeting today. Certainly worked with some titans through years of service on the Rules and Bylaws Committee with Jim, and before that, Don Fowler, and also served with several of the members of this committee as also as co-chairs, Carol Fowler, Donna Brazil. It has been an honor to work closely with this committee for so many years. So thank you all very much. And so I want to mention that the committee's next meeting is going to be in Washington, D.C. on May 27th through the 29th. And the committee at that meeting will hear presentation from 12 states that are seeking the Rules and Bylaws Committee's approval of a waiver to hold a pre-window nominating contest. States will be provided 15 minutes to present to the committee, with an additional 30 minutes for the committee members to ask questions that they may have. And then the committee will, we anticipate that the committee will use that remaining time to continue working on drafting the delegate selection rules and the call for the 2028 convention. Subsequently, we anticipate the committee gathering in person in June and July so that the committee can complete its work prior to the DNC summer meeting. So for questions regarding logistics or the presentations, you should speak with a member of the staff from the Office of the Secretary and the Party Affairs Office following today's meeting. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mignon.
Thank you. Thank you, Rick, and welcome. 3 amendments to the DNC's bylaws were properly received by the Office of the Secretary and Party Affairs, with 2 subsequently withdrawn by the sponsors. The remaining amendment before us for consideration is from Michael Capp, our colleague on this committee. As we consider this proposed amendment, the proposal will be displayed on the screen. Assisting us with viewing the document is Zoe Vieser from the DNC's Office of the Secretary and Party Affairs. Zoe, can you please begin reading the proposed amendment? Oh, or presenting. There we go. Does everybody see it? This proposed amendment would provide 1 additional member elected by each regional caucus, who shall be a member of the Democratic National Committee and whose gender shall not be the same as that of the chairperson of the respective regional caucus, to the DNC's Executive Committee. The chair recognizes amendment sponsor Michael Capp for brief remarks.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Members of the committee, this amendment is a modest, common sense step to strengthen the DNC's Executive Committee by improving both gender balance and regional representation. As background, the DNC's 4 regions currently send 4 representatives and their chair to the Executive Committee. This number has not been changed since first implemented in the 1970s. With 5 people, each region sends an unbalanced gender group to the Executive Committee. This amendment is not a major overhaul, just 1 additional member per region, who must not be the same gender as their regional chair, to ensure that each region is contributing to overall balance rather than inadvertently working against it. This amendment does not create a size problem, it fixes a balance problem. And I want to start there because I know that there's a concern that the DNC's Executive Committee is getting too large. The reality is, we've already made the decision as a body to continually grow this committee, repeatedly. Starting in the 1970s, there was a 50-50 split between regionally elected and non-regionally elected members. At-large members appointed by the chair, the officers, and members of the alphabet soup of the Democratic Party family. 7 times since 1995, this body has expanded the executive committee, including just a few months ago. However, every expansion has added to the non-region membership of the executive committee, steadily shifting the balance away from the regions. What this amendment does not do is open the door to unchecked growth. It makes a small, targeted correction to restore some equilibrium. 4 additional members in a body of this size is operationally negligible, but it meaningfully strengthens geographic representation and gender balance. I reached out to each of the regional chairs, and there was no opposition to this amendment. Again, the original balance was 50-50, but today the membership of the executive committee is 27% regional and 73% other. This amendment would modestly adjust that to roughly 31% regional and 69% other, restoring the balance to what it was around 2015. Thank you to David McDonald from Washington State for doing that research. I also want to address something for those who are watching this meeting today. We all here around this table, we know that the world is on fire, that Donald Trump and the fascists in his government are rounding up families, starting up wars of choice, and undermining both our economy and international standing. And maybe you believe that this committee shouldn't be spending any time on internal DNC structure. I don't disagree about the stakes, but this is exactly why this work matters. Earlier last year, my family and I evacuated our home due to the Pacific Palisades fire, a direct cause of climate change made worse by Republican policies. But as soon as we were allowed to move back home and my family was safe, I traveled to Detroit for the DNC Officers Candidate Forum to continue the work to build a stronger Democratic Party. There's no hypocrisy or distraction here. These are all related. The strength of our Democratic Party, our ability to respond to these crises, ultimately depends on whether our governing bodies and are representative, legitimate, and trusted by the people we're fighting for. If our internal structures drift out of balance, we weaken our ability to act externally. At its core, this amendment is about fairness, legitimacy, and making sure that the DNC's executive committee reflects the full strength and diversity of our party. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Michael. Is there a motion on the proposed amendment?
I'll move recommendation. Yeah, I'll move recommendation that it be recommended for passage. Or I'll second Michael's motion if he wants to make it himself.
Is there a second?
Thank you.
Is there any discussion? David?
You knew I wouldn't let you off that easy.
Thank you, David. Appreciate it.
Actually, the one thing I want to clarify is the change from section 16 to 15 a typo?
Yes.
Yeah, so no matter what we recommend on the actual bylaws amendment, are we able to fix the typo, or does that take full DNC action?
David, may I say something?
Yeah, absolutely.
No, it's not a typo. That reference was changed and moved down the list. And so I have noted where we've made that mistake, that reference elsewhere in the charter and bylaws, and I've already shared that to the working group that's working on those minor reference issues.
Right, that's actually what I used the word typo, but I meant is it just referring to the wrong section. So will that go to the working group no matter what?
Yes.
I'm addressing it here, but it's a problem elsewhere throughout the charter and bylaws, and those mislabelings have already been shared with the staff.
Okay. Then the other thing that I wanted to say was I think this is a serious issue that can't be continually punted down the road. However, I think there are multiple serious issues that arise with respect to the executive committee. One of them is its size. It can't grow forever. It may already be too large to be effective. And second is the equal division problem that kind of lays in there that is not too bad right now when we check it, but nevertheless, it's a high risk. And then there is the dilution of regional caucuses. I think we should fix the regional caucus issue, but if we don't, I still think, I mean, if we decide to recommend against it today, I still think we should be looking at the executive committee as it's defined in the charter, and at a minimum, bring our charter and other documents into conformance with our actual practice, but also look at whether there are ways that we could tweak that language to address a couple of these other problems that are highlighting. As I said, my preference would be, let's take care of the regional dilution today, but if the members of this committee decide that they do not want to recommend that without addressing the size issue, then I would like to be heard after the vote to make other suggestions. So briefly, not extensively. I want to get out of here for dinner myself.
Thank you. David? Dennis, I'm sorry.
To David's point, but also first to commend Mike on this. I agree. We need to readjust the balance of the EC for more elected regional DNC members. But yes, I am concerned about the size of it as a whole. And I know this only adds 4 to a body that's already 76. Given the fact that there is a working group that is dealing with the bylaws as a whole, I do believe that this discussion is better in that context. I do believe that we should have the larger discussion in the working group with recommendations back from the working group as to what to do with it as a whole. And I hope what that working group would bring back is the 50-50 balance, or as close to what we can get to in that regard. So it would be my recommendation that we push this to the working group.
David, are you?
2 things. It's actually Michael's amendment. I think he's the one who would need to make that decision. But second, I believe that we can't stop a bylaws amendment from going to the DNC by means of referring it to another committee. It can be either withdrawn and resubmitted, or we can make a recommendation to the DNC that it send it back to us. But I think those are the procedural issues. But bottom line, I think the question is, how does Michael want to proceed? I think the issue needs to be addressed. I'm not pulling back my support for the amendment itself, but I'm also deferring to him to tactically, how does he want to handle addressing it?
Michael?
Thank you, David, Madam Chair. I do want to proceed with this amendment. I do believe that there is hunger in the DNC for improved balance between the regions and other members of the executive committee. I also believe that we probably should be looking at the larger issue of the executive committee, its role and its size and its membership. And that is something perhaps the working group or another working group specifically on this topic could look at in the future. But I do believe that there is a need now to get this done.
Steph?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Stephanie Campaya-Wheaton from New Jersey. Just as a reminder, can you or the staff please share the current gender balance of the executive committee? And if this amendment were to be passed, what would the gender balance then be?
The current gender balance is 38 men, 36 women.
Any vacancies?
Not to my knowledge. Mr. Chairman?
There are no current vacancies. However, I'd note that the co-chair of the Resolutions Committee also serves as the Midwest Caucus Chair, and he may only hold 1 seat. Additionally, I believe the High School Democrats of America and the College Democrats of America members and representatives serve 1-year terms. So the gender balance is fluid throughout the years.
Mm-hmm. Carol?
Thank you. Before we make any more changes to the executive committee, which might or might not be a good idea, I wonder if somebody could, someone of you smart people up there, could review for us what the powers and responsibilities of the executive committee are.
Be the chairman. You want to Rick, you want to take that?
Turn that off.
Give us 1 second and we can read it from the book.
The charter says that the executive committee is responsible for the conduct of the affairs of the Democratic Party subject to the charter, the National Convention and the National Committee, and it says that it meets at least 4 times a year. The bylaws say that the powers and duties are the executive committee shall be responsible for the conduct of the affairs of the Democratic Party in the interim between meetings of the full committee, and the responsibility shall include but not be limited to authority for the Democratic National Committee between meetings thereof, including consideration of any resolution consistent with Article 2, Section 10C1 that is co-sponsored by at least 20 members of the Executive Committee, recommending approval of the budget of the Democratic National Committee, and reporting all of its proceedings to the Democratic National Committee. And the Executive Committee also has a subcommittee, an ombudsman subcommittee, and that is what the powers and duties are of the Executive Committee.
Keith?
Yes, Keith Yamamoto from California. I have a question relative to the overall executive committee and the overall representation of all those from the regions to the executive committee, and of the latter is demographic composition of all those executive committee members from the regions. The second, just a commentary, I love what the chair of the DNC, Ken Martin, did when he started to include representation specific from the caucuses and the council, because that was something that had not been done before and reflected an integral part of this organization in electing, and I'm assuming everyone's on board. We are here to elect Democrats. We are here to elect, flip Congress. We are here to flip the U.S. Senate and retake the White House. And I think those changes that we took prior to this meeting that was initiated by the chairman was instrumental in getting us toward that. So going back to my question, do we know what the demographic representation from the regions on the executive committee is?
We don't have that readily available, Keith, but we're happy to get that to you after this meeting or before the meeting ends this Saturday.
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. Andre Triber from Texas. I want to speak briefly in favor of this amendment, and I am approaching it philosophically in support of with the same way that I supported many of, well, all of Chair Martin's reforms that this committee has adopted just earlier this cycle. This committee has discussed much about how the DNC is such a fundamentally different organization when we control the White House or not. And the differences in the kinds of reforms that we are able to make as an organization when we control the White House versus not. So it is very important for me that we make hay while the sun is shining. And while I, yes, agree that I agree with all the comments about the size of the executive committee and would also like to see that cut down, I would not like to see that cut down at the expense of representation on that committee that is elected by the members. So much in the same way that many of Chair Martin's reforms have empowered the members and empowered the grassroots to have more decision-making power within the DNC, to have more of these seats on these important committees. That is how I got here personally. I likewise support more member-elected positions on the executive committee. I do believe that 4 out of 80 is negligible in size, but I would love to see that 80 ultimately come down in the end, and certainly agree with all of those aspects as well. But I do ultimately think that this is important, and something that I do think is responsible for us to act now, as opposed to continually kick the can down the road, because eventually that can might end up kicked into an area where then this body is no longer empowered to really make those kinds of changes.
Well, Andre, I just want to make one statement, and I want you to look at your current chairman. When we have a chair of the party, they are in charge even when we have a White House. So I just really want this committee to understand that, especially for the new members. Yes, the president is the titular head of the party, but the chairperson is the chair of the party. So I needed to state that for the record.
I understand that, Madam Chair. I did not mean to suggest that it was otherwise, but rather in terms of our relationship with White House political, with things coming from top down versus bottom up. It was definitely not meant in any way in disrespect to our current chair or our most recent past chair.
I understand, Andre. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
I have a technical question about how the proposed amendment would work if the chair of a regional caucus is replaced midterm by someone of the other gender, another gender. Does that mean the additional member who had been elected, who was the opposite gender of the chair, would automatically be removed from the executive committee?
We don't know. Yeah, we're going to ask our parliamentarian, but the short answer is we might not know, but we are going to ask her if she can.
You have states where in that situation, their bylaws or their custom does not remove the person who was previously elected when they fill a vacancy with a different gender. You would have to decide whether you're going to apply that rule or some other rule to this situation. But you certainly have a custom within the states of not booting somebody out.
Which would not solve the gender problem.
Alicia?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Alicia Andrews from Oklahoma. My question is along the same lines as Committeeman Applebaum. I'm not sure, and I'm asking for clarification, how this corrects any gender balance issue, because these positions are fluid. When people take jobs on campaigns, and when someone, for whatever reason, leaves their position in the region, now we're in a gender balance issue, right? We're back in a place where we are for sure out of gender balance. How does this address that? Because if this is to correct a gender balance and we end up in a gender balance, so we have to come back here and make another rule. That's my question.
So I would say it doesn't necessarily address the gender balance on the committee as a whole, but each region currently has an odd number of representatives on the executive committee, and making that even would essentially get you to 3 and 3, or in the event that there are no non-binary representatives. So you would have the regional representatives be equally balanced or equally divided.
Okay, on follow-up then. So as a party as a whole, when we start doing gender balance, we exclude the chair's gender. And so I'm trying to figure out how it's different in this situation. When we go for gender balance, we exclude the chair's gender. So on a regional, why is it prescriptive that we must include the chair's gender?
I believe the only place where we exclude the chair's gender is specific to the national chair, and where state parties would still have the gender balance. It would be a similar situation there. I believe that's, am I wrong there?
I'm sorry. I'm confused. Why do we keep talking about state parties in this conversation? Because
Well,
not all of the
sorry,
regional representation are from state.
I understand that. I was just making an analogy there.
Okay, thank you.
Going back to Stuart's question, I suspect the way we would deal with it, it has come up a number of times in Washington. It's caused us to look at Roberts, and our basic view is that if nothing specific is said about what you do in that situation, you have to go back to Roberts. Roberts does not give you authority to take somebody out of office if they haven't done something wrong. So you can't say, for example, if the chair resigns and the body wants to elect a person of the same gender as the current vice chair, you can't say to the current vice chair, you've done absolutely nothing wrong, you've done a great job, but you're out of here. Nor can you say to the body, we're going to tell you you can't elect anybody you want for the position. So I think we end up back at the time of election, you figure out equal division, and if somebody creates a vacancy other than in the actual leadership post, you say, we need to fill that vacancy with the same gender, but you don't throw people out of office because of changes over which they have no control. You do the next time they stand for election, say, we've got to figure this out, but we're not in the business of throwing good people overboard because of things that, when they've done nothing wrong. And I suspect that's where the National Party would end up.
Yvette Lewis, Maryland, I just have a question. A couple of people have talked about how the committee is too large and we could reduce the size of the committee. I think you mentioned that, and this, you mentioned that as well. Have you given any thought as to how to reduce the size of the committee? Once this passes and we get up to 80 people, what is the next step for reducing the committee? Who do we kick off of the committee to reduce the size of the committee? And I think as we are making this decision, we need to make a two-part decision, not a one-part decision of just expanding, but what we're going to do to make the adjustment. So has anybody thought about that, or is there an answer for that?
Michael, I think she is posing that question to you.
Right, thank you, Madam Chair. I agree. I think that we can work on dual paths here, and I would support, as I tried to say earlier, sending a discussion on what to do with exec in terms of composition and size to the working group or a special working group specifically on this issue.
But I guess my concern is this is already passed and the committee is already expanded. I don't want this to go to the graveyard of, and I don't mean that working groups are a graveyard, but for lack of a better way of saying it, I don't want it to go, to some place where it just sits and then we never revisit it. That's all I'm saying. I just want to be sure that there is a part A and a part B that addresses the size of the committee so that, we make sure that we take care of that.
Leah?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to, just for point of clarity, because I think part of how the discussion started, or at least what I think I understand, is that we were concerned that regional representation is proportional, and right now I think the argument is that it is not. If I heard that correctly, is that right? Okay. So my question is, are we talking about folks?
Leah, can you speak into the microphone?
Sure.
Thank you. Mm-hmm.
Are we talking? I assume we're talking about folks who are directly sent by a regional caucus. So are we accounting for the fact that some members of the executive committee are not at-large members? They are elected in their states, and so therefore represent a region or are coming from a region, and so would be part of regional representation. Any one of the caucus chairs might be a state-elected person, and wouldn't that count toward the number of who's regionally elected as opposed to, I guess we're talking about who's at large or from, and I hate the term alphabet soup, from our partner groups and member groups, I think. So I just want to clarify that there are people on the executive committee who are state elected people. Although they may not be sent by the Eastern region, they still are Eastern region people. And so I think when we're counting the balance of what the regional representation is, we need to include those folks as well, even though they may not have been elected from their region to go to the executive committee.
Thank you. Coleman?
Thank you, Madam Co-Chair. You know, as I listen to this deliberation, and I'm a fan of deliberation, but what strikes me is that there are more questions that have come out of this conversation, and so respecting the fact that, you know, this does, I believe, David, you said, does need to still go to the full committee. I think sometimes in politics, we want to act fast and then go back and clean up, which frankly only creates more confusion. And I think it also creates more of a sentiment that we don't know what the hell we're doing. And so Dennis brought this up, and I do support the idea of this going back to some kind of working group where we can further deliberate, we can further get to the right place, so that when we speak, when we act, when we implement, it's done in a way that we have thought through the different scenarios that we, and it doesn't mean we'll get it perfect, but just in this conversation, I think there are enough areas to think through that I worry about acting fast to act for acting's sake, instead of acting deliberately, and doing so that when we do, the fuller body understands that we've acted not only with intention, but with direction that has been well litigated by this esteemed body. Thank you, Madam Co-Chair.
Thank you. April?
I call the question.
Yeah. So you're saying you're calling the question to close the debate?
Yes, please.
I second.
Okay, it's been a motion and second to close the debate. Do we have 2/3?
Raise hands and credentials. You want to raise hands?
Let's count the votes, please.
Hands up.
Mm-hmm.
And that requires 2/3.
Yes. So do I go to this part? Do I go to vote on this now?
I mean, this is the vote, so.
Okay.
1, 2, 3.
Yep, we are moving to a vote.
And if you're holding a proxy, put 2 hands up.
So the motion to close the debate has passed. So we'll now move to vote on the proposed amendment. Okay. Is there a second?
We already
Oh,
have a motion.
okay. Do we have a, I'm sorry, go ahead.
We're calling for the yays and nays.
The yeas and the nays on the proposed amendment. Yep, I got it. Mhm.
All those in favor?
All those in favor say aye. Aye. This is to, we're voting on Michael's proposed amendment.
We need to because it was more than two-thirds.
It was more than two-thirds, Gary, so, yeah. Okay, well, then I'll call to close. I thought I'd said it, but I'll say it again. I call to close the debate on the discussion. So now we're going to move to vote on Michael's proposed amendment. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say no. No. It sounds like the noes have it.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
before we go on, I had requested the opportunity to say something if this failed. I would move that we add into the report to the full DNC tomorrow a recommendation that the charter and bylaw, that this matter be referred back to this committee and then on to the charter and bylaws working group to look at the composition of the executive committee with respect to whether it needs revision or not, so that some of the questions that were being talked about here could be answered, and maybe there is no answer, in which case the charter and bylaws group comes back and says no change. But I think there may be other parts of the executive committee language in the charter that needs to be corrected, and as long as we're going to need to do that, it would be good to look at this issue as well. So.
If that requires a second, I'm happy to get it.
Okay. And Frank, in consultation with Frank, are you okay with that? Sure. Okay.
Do we need to vote on it?
Do we need to vote on it if you're okay with it?
Sure.
Because we've already voted on it, so we're going to move it over to Frank's committee.
It's a motion.
It's a motion, yeah.
It's been moved and seconded.
Okay, here we go again.
The only reason, I'd save us unnecessary, but the only reason I made it as a motion is if the parliamentarian says that we don't have authority to simply send it to the committee. Michael's thing, I think, has to go to a vote. Maybe I'm wrong about that. But whatever gets it to the charter and bylaws working group, procedurally, that the parliamentarian signs off on is fine with me. If it takes a motion, I'll make the motion. If it doesn't take a motion, then I won't take up the time to get the votes.
Go ahead, Rick, say it. Yeah, just go ahead.
So the motion has been made to refer this issue to the working group for further consideration and more broad consideration about the executive committee. Is there any opposition to that motion? Then it can be done by unanimous consent.
Consent, yeah, okay. So this concludes the DNC's Charter and Bylaws Working Group. So we'll now move on to rules, delegate selection rules. Our next order of business is to begin our review of the 2028 delegate selection rules. This is the first of three main documents that we will be reviewing this year. The other two being the call for the 2028 Democratic National Convention and the regulations of the Rules and Bylaws Committee. Our committee will complete the 2028 delegate selection rules and call to the convention ahead of the DNC's summer meeting so that these documents may be considered and adopted by the full DNC membership. After the adoption of the rules and call by the DNC membership, the RBC will approve its regulations, which further defines aspects of the rules and call, along with model delegate selection plans, and checklists. The rules that we are presenting to you should be seen as a starting point for our discussion. We both agreed that it would not be appropriate for the two of us to present a document that contained significant material changes to any language that this committee has not previously approved. Staff have worked on reviewing the document, and beyond the updating of dates from the 2024 rules, they have made some recommendations where there are redundancies or lack of clarity. Similar to the way we went through the general sessions rules to facilitate the discussion, our recommendation is that this committee go line by line in our review. If a member has an amendment to a section within the rule we are reviewing, we will vote on that amendment before moving to the next section or member amendment. So Rick, start.
So you've all had an opportunity to review the proposed delegate selection rules with date changes, essentially, for the most part. And we're not actually going to go through line by line, but we're going to go through rule by rule. Helen's advice, and I'm going to ask Helen to explain this, was for us to consider this, the delegate selection rules ad seriatim. And Helen, can you explain to those of us who are not that familiar with Latin what that means?
Well, we won't worry about what the Latin itself means, but it means that your main motion will be the adoption of the delegate selection rules. That will persist through your discussion as you do first Rule 1. And you will consider any proposals to change Rule 1. When you're finished with Rule 1, you'll go on to Rule 2. You will go as far as you wish today, and suppose you get to Rule 5. Then at your next meeting, you will have considered 1 through 5, and you'll pick up at 6. And you'll keep going through until the end, when the main motion is the adoption of the proposed rules as amended. And at that final time, if you have to tweak 1 because you changed a little something on 3 and you need to pick up that same change in 8, you will still have that opportunity, because you will not have closed off any specific number to further amendment. Does that make sense to you, and is that the way you wish to proceed?
Thank you, Helen. And with that, is there a motion to approve the delegate selection rules ad seriatim?
So moved.
Second.
And there's a motion and a second. And so we'll begin with Rule 1. And to start off our discussion of Rule 1, we'll ask Sham to give us a brief overview.
Thank you, Rick. Rule 1 requires each state party to adopt and publicly share a comprehensive delegate selection plan, including an affirmative action plan and outreach provisions. It also specifies mandatory elements every plan must contain, including timing, filing rules, delegate allocations, challenges, gender balance, etc., and also establishes public comment periods, submission deadlines, and final approval authority of the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee.
Thank you, Sham. I'm having deja vu a little bit, because after I left the position of Party Affairs Director, I got pressed in every 4 years into service for the subsequent directors to walk the staff through all of the rules and explain to them what each rule was, what it was about, stories about why we have the rules that we have, And so going rule by rule, I'm going to have flashbacks, I'm sure. But the floor is now open for discussion and amendments, and we'll review the rule in chronological order. So we'll begin with Rule 1A. Yes. Please.
So members, in Rule 1A, we added, so it would be 1A15 to include that each delegate selection plan should also include the method and timetable for the selection of presidential electors, which is not currently required in delegate selection plans.
Okay, is there any discussion, amendments to Rule 1A? Oh, I see David.
I just have a question. 1A13 requires the plans to include procedures for challenges of delegate selection. And I'm curious, does the model plan that we put out include model challenge procedures for state parties, or do they end up having to draft them all on their own?
I can answer that. I actually have a copy of the model plan.
I figured you would
right
have
here
it
in my
at the tip
notebook.
of your fingertips.
And the model plan does include some basic procedures for challenging the selection of delegates. Any other discussion, questions? Gary? Oh, thank you. Yep.
There we go. Yeah, Gary Shea, California. Just a quick question. Isn't that a state legislative matter under the Constitution?
Challenging the selection of delegates?
No, the method, the timetable and method. Yes.
Actually, David, you were referring to the proposed new 13, right?
I was, but I think Gary's asking about 15.
15.
What I would suggest is maybe you amend propose 15 to be methods and timetable for the selection of the party's nominees for presidential electors rather than the presidential electors.
I can tell you that the reason why this language was proposed is because there is a requirement of state delegate selection plans is that for the last couple cycles, the Rules and Bylaws Committee has required states to tell us how they select their presidential electors. And because in 2016, we didn't know how presidential electors were selected, and so we wanted to understand that going forward. And so we asked states as part of their delegate selection plan to tell us how that process works.
Well, I'm wondering, instead of the way it's phrased, of making it specify the state law regarding the methods and timetable of selection.
Great.
Yeah, can I just add in here? I mean, the Constitution of the United States is pretty explicit about how electors are chosen. So I don't think it's any of a big mystery, but I think, fine, we can put it in here, but I'm not sure it's very important, okay, because It's not up to the state parties. It's not up to state parties. The U.S. Constitution says, here's how you're going to have your, your state legislature is going to meet on such and such. The Constitution even prescribes the day.
Well,
that they have to meet.
that's the reporting of the presidential electors, but the selection actually is a process that varies state by state.
I don't think
and
so.
in California, for instance, has members selected by members of Congress. Other states elect them by their state party. In Florida, we use our state executive committee to elect our presidential electors.
That's to nominate them. See, that's to nominate them. See,
they don't actually become electors
right,
until we win.
They are not electors until the legislature meets. And,
which is what David said, nominate.
Right, so, yeah,
You're right.
so it's got to be, it's not the selection of the electors, it's for the nomination of the presidential, because, you know, you get two slates, and of course, we had a big fight about this in 2020 when, you know, there were fake electors, that were fake Republican electors, et cetera. So it's how do you nominate them, not how the electors are actually chosen. That's pretty cut and dry, and in the Constitution.
So I think the language here has been amended, and does that, David and Elaine, does that seem to work? That would say method and timetable for the nomination of presidential electors.
Nomination of the slate, because it's usually a slate.
Yes, nomination of the slate of presidential electors. Great.
So remember, what happens is the state uses whatever way, and then that is put on the ballot. And there are some states on the ballot say, you know, vote for the presidential electors for Joe Biden. Some states actually put the names on the general election ballot, okay? So there's a variety of ways, but the way you pick the electors is all the same.
And Gary, I see your name up, but I'm going to go in order, and Leah, you are next. Oh, okay.
So we got
Indira.
Can this body get a copy of the model plans that have been given in prior years? Because not all of us are chairs, but we would love to see it.
I'm sure that we would be more than happy to provide that information. And of course, one of the responsibilities of this committee is also going to be to approve the model plan for 2028, and along with the checklist based on the adopted 2028 rules and call and regulations.
Thank you.
Donna, Frank, I'm sorry, you're next on the list. Okay, Donna?
No, as someone who's been through this process with the slate of presidential electors, you all just got it right. So I'm sorry.
Gary?
I'm just concerned that the way that it's currently worded suggests that the state party can decide how those are selected, when in most cases it's state law. State law may say that the party has some role in it, but it's still up to the state law, and this suggests that it's up to the party.
I would like Elaine and David to take a look at the language and respond, please.
Actually, I think it's the methods and timetable for the nomination of presidential electors. It could be the state executive committee. It could be something that's determined by law. I think the way that they have it up there encompasses all the variation in the states. I don't think we need to.
But wouldn't it still be by state law in those cases?
I don't think it necessarily
Elaine,
is.
could I try? I think,
Yeah.
Gary, the situation is, state law can tell us how electors will be determined, but only the party can determine who the party's nominees will be for those positions. And the way this has been reworded now, since it was originally proposed, it applies only to the nomination. And we have a First Amendment right to decide how we do our own nominations, no matter what the state says.
I'd like to also add, for Gary's sake, when state parties are writing their delegate selection plans, there are places where it's just the law. We just copy the law and put it in the plan. And so this does not exclude that.
And I will add that the call for the convention, the 2024 call, says that each state party shall take adequate steps as set forth in its delegate selection plan to assure that presidential electors will vote for the election of the Democratic presidential and vice presidential nominees, including having each candidate for presidential elector sign a certification so vote. So we do require that presidential electors stay true to how they're to supporting our presidential nominee, this, like I say, was a reform when we realized that we did not have a handle on how presidential electors were selected in every state and what that timing was. And so we asked states to just tell us as part of their delegate selection plan how that process is going to work in their state. Wendy Davis.
Thank you. Just for fun's sake, I was a real elector in 2020 in Georgia, not one of those fake ones. But we had talked about adding the phrase slate of presidential electors. I know this is a ridiculous question, but do we need to say our party's Democratic or anything like that? Okay, just checking.
We don't really have to say that the Democratic presidential electors. I think if we were going to add the Democratic clarification, we would be doing that throughout these whole rules and be kind of redundant. But and I think that the sense of the body was that methods and timetables for the nomination of presidential electors pretty much encompass slate of presidential electors.
Thank you.
Andre.
I think regarding the discussion of some things are done by state statute, some things are not, I think I have some language I would like to propose that would go under A itself, so that it would then be an umbrella that applies to any of these bullet points, which would simply be where it says, which contain explicit rules and procedures. I would then suggest inserting comma, including any relevant state statute, comma, and that way, whether it is applicable to presidential electors, or I know a lot of state parties run into other state statute stuff. I know, for instance, in Texas, we often have to just copy-paste blocks of statutes. This just makes it explicit that it would apply to anywhere, not just the presidential elector thing, anything that comes out of statute, it just makes sure that's cited.
Andre, could you say that one more time for the members?
So this would be line 11, so, which contain explicit rules and procedures, comma, including all relevant state statute, comma, or any relevant state statute. That's the point.
Second. So we'll recognize Elaine.
Yeah, I think, I know what you're getting at. I think the problem with including the state statutes here is that it often happens that a delegate selection plan is written to reflect the delegate selection rules of the party, and it goes against a specific state statute. It has happened all the time with the dates of the primaries. In 2008, state statutes said Michigan and Florida should have their primaries before the window, and this very body said, no, you're not. Okay, so having them put that in their delegate selection plan would be sort of weird and incongruent. Suppose a state wanted to have passed a law which the Republicans liked, making it winner take all, right? And this is not what our rules allowed. So, you know, I think it would be simpler if relevant state statutes that coincide with the party rules is one thing, but just putting state statutes in there, I think is confusing and would confuse things, because God knows, I mean, the only time this body becomes foremost in the public psyche is when we are in fact going against a state statute to implement. That's when the feathers fly. Okay, so I think this would be a problem.
So I just wanted to add one thing here. On all relevant state statutes, most delegate selection plans, at least the ones I've written, have already included all relevant state statutes with regards to election law. The idea with adding number 15 was that to have in one singular document where all of the national delegates are elected, and also to include in that document how presidential electors around the country in all 51 jurisdictions that get electors are actually selected, so that there was a centralized place where that would be able to be tracked in a singular document that was submitted to the DNC in that front, that we could then share with the presidential campaigns for whatever method states use for nominating their electors.
So on Andre's proposal, it was suggested as a change. There was not a motion, and were you making that as a motion?
I can make it as a motion. I thought we were doing like the wordsmithing part of it and then
That's
doing like the
exactly-
motions on this section when it was in. So if it is proper to make it as a motion, I can do it as that. If Madam Co-Chair, if
Actually-
you'd prefer it come at the end, I'm okay with that.
Andre, I think you're correct. We are actually wordsmithing right now, and then if there's substantial changes, we can determine whether we need to vote.
So I'm happy to defer whichever's the order of operations you would prefer.
Just, wait, can I just point out that a change like this is not wordsmithing, okay? It is something that has real-world consequences. So I wouldn't call it wordsmithing, and I think it needs a proper, motion and whatever.
So in that case, I think that since there does seem to be some question about the language, it should be proposed as a motion.
Then so moved.
All right, and is there a second? All right, so we are considering this, Andre's proposal to add the words including all relevant state statutes in that first paragraph. And is there any discussion on that? Frank?
Yeah, frankly, owned DC. Frankly owned from DC. All the delegate selection plans I've drafted also have the state, relevant state electoral statutes on the back, and I've been looking through to see where that's required. Maybe it's in the regulations. I can't find it, but I think we already do that is the bottom line.
It is required, and it's one of the items on our checklist that we require states to provide us with relevant state statutes as part of when they submit their delegate selection plans, yes. Is there any other discussion? Seeing no other discussion, we'll move to a vote on the motion to add including all relevant state statutes. All those in favor of this change, please say aye. And those opposed to this change, say no. No. And in the opinion of the chair, the noes have it. And so we'll move on to further discussion on Rule 1A. And we'll pick back up where we were with ASDC President Jane Kleeb.
Thank you. I would like to make a motion to strike number 4 under Rule 1A, number 4. We would like to strike this because in the call, we will be making further recommendations on making the state chair the automatic delegation chair.
So we have a motion to strike 1A4. Is there a second?
Second.
The motion has been moved and seconded, and so we'll now have discussion on that. And I see David McDonald's.
It's actually a question, does our delegate selection plan, or delegate selection rules, as we have drafted them in the past, include any reference to the delegation chair selection, or is everything about it in the call?
This is the only reference to delegation chair in the delegate selection rules, and then there's a small section under certification in the call on the delegation chair, and that's it.
Okay, so on the one hand, if we took it out of here, it really wouldn't make any difference to the rest of the rules, but it might end up being a problem for people trying to draft plans because they go to draft plans under the rules and they suddenly realize that there's something in the call that they're supposed to put in. But if it doesn't really make any difference to our rules, I don't have any problem with taking it out of here as potentially being confusing. I might have an issue with the subsequent change, but not with this one. So.
Dennis?
Taking this out, well, this doesn't preclude you from making the changes in the call that you still want to make, even if this were still sitting in the delegate selection rules, in my opinion. So I don't know the need to take it out so much as to make it clear that you're going to have some procedures, whether it's automatically somebody or not. So I don't see the need to really take it out of here I think you'll still have the opportunity to make any changes you want in the call.
Since the procedures we're going to be moving forward are that it is the automatic, that the delegation chair is automatically the state chairs, we don't consider those procedures.
Is there any other discussion on this amendment? Oh, David, yes.
If the intended effect of this motion is to effectively decide the issue that we're thinking we're going to talk about in the call by taking it out today because there's no need for it because we've already decided it's going to be automatic, then I'm definitely against taking it out. We should have that discussion at the proper time in connection with the proper document. So.
I'm sorry? Alicia Andrews?
I changed my mind.
Is there, I see Leah.
So just for clarification, once we get to the proposal that Chair Cleve is talking about, should that pass, wouldn't we need to bring everything into alignment wherever it is in our documents to comport with any changes we might make in the call, or no? Would that change automatically happen?
I can't speak for Ms. Cleve, but the reason why we were proposing to add in the language about delegate selection plans, including a provision about presidential electors, was because we were trying to be clear of everything that should be included in a delegate selection plan. But Ms. Cleve said that her proposal will be a procedure that won't need to be included in a state's plan. So is there any other discussion? Yes. Artie?
Thank you. So I just kind of want to make sure I understood that, what Leah just asked the question of. Before we pass out both of these documents completely as a whole, after doing the work in both the call and these rules, then we go back just to make sure that they're all in alignment together. So I really do feel that it's unnecessary to remove if we haven't gotten to that point yet of the proposal that's to come, and that I don't think there's harm in just waiting until that moment comes, if there's a necessary to align, because we haven't made that action yet. So it's like we're doing a pre-action before another change happens. That's I think, so my question is, you already answered in the affirmative that yes, they would have to be aligned before we pass them out. So my position, okay, so I know where my position is. Okay.
They should be, and I have always maintained when I have been explaining the rules to people is that there is a difference between election and selection, and in this case it says selection, which is talking about a process as opposed to a vote. Are there any other comments? I'm sorry. Oh, Wendy, yes.
Wendy Davis from Georgia. I don't have a comment, I have a question. And I apologize that I haven't fully digested these rules. Where else in the rules does it discuss the role of the delegation chair?
There is only a reference to the delegation chair in the call, and it's under certification, and it says in Article 4, Section E, it says, each delegation shall select one person to serve as delegation chair. And then it says the state chair shall certify the delegation chair, and it talks about how that process works. Oh, and I'm sorry, there's also a provision about delegation chairs in Article 9 under the procedural rules of the convention that talk about the credentials for the convention, and it basically requires that the guest credentials are split Will, if I'm saying this right, the guest credentials are divided between the state chair and the delegation chair, and I think that's the only other reference to a delegation chair.
Thank you.
David McDonald.
Rick, can't do a word search on this fast, but I think there may be a reference to the delegation chair in the rules with respect to either certification or bona fide delegates or exercise of right of approval. I wouldn't guarantee that it's not somehow mentioned in here, but it's very clear to me that whatever the method is for figuring out who the delegation chair is exclusively in the call. That's not in the rules, but there may be some use of the term delegation chair in this document. I vaguely remember seeing it today.
Okay. Who else was on the list? Dennis. Oh, Dennis.
Going back to your terminology of selection, I think what you said there is key. If we in fact make a change in the call to make the delegation chair automatically the state party chair, it still fits under the term selection, does it not?
Yes.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? See no other discussion, we'll move to the vote by Ms. Kleeb. The motion is to strike Rule A4 and renumber the remaining sections. All in favor of the motion, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. No. Oof, I think we need to have a show of hands on that one. So all of those in favor, please raise your hands, and if you have a proxy, please raise both your hands. Please keep them up. And you can put them down, and all opposed, please raise your hands, and if you have a proxy, please raise both. So the vote is 28 to 18, so the motion passes. Is there any other discussion, questions, proposals on Rule 1A? Can we move to Rule 1B? Oh, I'm sorry, Helen's telling me I need to restate what happened. So, so the motion was approved to strike Rule 4 and Rule 1A4, sorry, and then renumber the subsequent parts of Rule 1A. I'm sorry? Oh, and we need to vote on that, those two? Oh, okay. And Helen points out that changes were also made to Rule 15, and that was by unanimous consent? Okay. Great. Thank you. Thank you, Helen. So can we move on to Rule 1B? And are there any proposals, questions, comments on Rule 1B? Yes.
Okay.
Elaine.
Yeah, we went back when I was a staff member sitting up here like you guys. We went to the Supreme Court over this question. Famous Cousins v. Wagoda, and the court said we could do whatever we wanted in terms of who participated in the primaries, and that's pretty much been the case since. These days, we're at a point, this was in the 80s that the court heard this case. We've now gotten to a point where really there's very few states that have registration by party. Most of the states, you register to vote, but you're not required to put a party preference there. And then the whole, there's a lot of different variations on the theme of who gets to vote. And I think it's unclear, and maybe we want to leave this, maybe this is a good conscious ambiguity that we've adopted here. But what about people who register as independent? Okay, can they, by declaring, publicly declare their party preference and have it recorded, right? Can they vote in our primaries? You know, there's an argument to be made that we are not as big a party as we used to be, and that maybe we should welcome independence.
Elaine, are you talking about Rule 2? We're on.
Yeah.
Oh, so you're jumping ahead of us a little
Oh,
bit.
I'm sorry.
But
Where
all
were
good
we?
questions, so save those questions. Very good discussion. But we're on Rule 1B.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Nope,
Okay.
that's just fine.
That's what happens when you leave the room.
And I'm going to ask Sean to go through the date changes on Rule 1B.
All right, so in Rule 1B, we start on Rule 1B, Rule 1D, which changes, so state delegate selection plans, including affirmative action plans and outreach and inclusion programs, shall be submitted to the DNC Rules and Bylaws Committee for approval on or before May 4th, 2027. That has changed from May 3rd in the 2024, May 3rd, 2023 in the 2024 cycle to May 4th. On Rule 1E, we end up with, sorry, did you want to skip just to Rule 1B or? Okay, November 15th, 2023 to November 15th, 2027. Rule 1F to November 15th, 2023 to November 15th, 2027. And then in Rule 1G, changing 2024 to 2028, and Rule 1H, changing 2024 to 2028 twice, and setting the date of October 4th for the DNC to prepare, what are we supposed to prepare here? The rules for the city's delegate selection rules.
Thank you, Sean. As you can see, the date changes are not substantively different than what they were for the last cycle. We're just basically reflecting the 2028 calendar or 2027 calendar, as the case may be. Any comments on or questions on Rule 1B? Then we'll move to...
Rick?
Yes.
Oh, right over here.
Oh, thank you.
Just a question about the dates real quick while we just thought about them. The last time I implemented these, I was executive director, and so I purged that from my memory to protect me from PTSD. But do we have a deadline for when the call goes out with all these rules, or is it just best effort for whenever we can get it out?
I'm sorry, ask that question again.
When do we send the call out and all these rules for the plans to the state parties? Like, is there a deadline that we have to hit to get all of our work done?
Yes, that is 1E that says that we're responsible for getting all of these. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, this is when we tell them your thumbs up, you're good. I'm talking when we tell them they have to start the process.
So it's actually, nope, it's not 1H. There is a deadline, and I thought it was here in 1, but there is a deadline for us to send this out to the states, and I want to say it's, I'm sorry, it's 20F, and it says no later than December 21st, but I'm sure that is new language. December 21st of the year, 2 years before the, I'm sorry, what is it? All right, so November 15th will be the deadline that the Rules and Bylaws Committee has for sending all of this material out to the state party. And that's in Rule 20F. Thank you. So we'll...
Just for point of
that'll be our goal for this year. Yes, go ahead.
clarity, did you say Rule 20, Section F?
Yes, Rule 20F.
So that's December 21st, 2026.
Yes, so this year we'll be finalizing all of these materials and sending them to the states by mid-November this year, which will be a month earlier than what it has been. But, and right after the midterm elections.
So just for folks tracking, we will be done, we're planning to have the delegate selection rules and the call to convention done and approved at the summer DNC meeting, after which this committee will adopt those. They will be noticed to the full DNC, which includes every state party and every state party chair. And so they will have access to what you all approve as with regards to the delegate selection rules and the call. Once we finish that, we will then begin working on the regulations of the Rules and Bylaws Committee, which go a little deeper into some of the provisions within the call and the rules, and that needs to be completed by, I believe, December 21st of this year. So that's what we will do after the summer meeting, but before the end of the year. And then with the regulations, we'll also include the checklist and the sample plan, which we provided to state parties.
Wendy?
Sorry, I got you. The section you pointed us to says December 21st of this year, and you referenced November a couple of times, and I'm just, what's November
I'm
about?
sorry, I was maybe looking at the wrong language then.
So. Just want to make sure we were all on the same page.
December 21st is when we need to have the regulations of the Rules and Bylaws Committee completed. The delegate selection rules and the call to convention will be completed before the summer meeting.
Sorry, I didn't mean to confuse you if I did, but basically before the end of this year, we'll be sending everything out. States will have all the information about how to write their plan that will be due to this committee in 2027. Steph?
Hi, Steph Campagna in New Jersey. Is there any reason why we picked like a Monday over a Tuesday? No, May 4th is a Tuesday, November 15th is a Monday. I just want to know just vibes.
I believe May 3rd in 2023 was a Tuesday, or was a Monday, and so we picked the same days, more or less. Sorry, May 4th is a Tuesday in here. Then I believe May 3rd in 2023 was also probably a Tuesday. We'll go with vibes.
I'm sorry, Keith?
Yes, Keith from California on F. 2F, 1F, 1F.
Are you going to skip to 1F? Let's
sorry.
Yeah, let's wrap up on 1B first, and I don't see any other comments on 1B. Are there any comments, questions about Rule 1C and the requirement for the 30-day public comment period before states adopt their delegate selection plan? Steph.
When we say public comment, can we specify what that means? Because public comment to me has always been like a town hall verbal situation, but this is specifically dealing with written comment. So when we say public comment, what does that exactly mean?
As I have seen it applied, it means all forms of comment that the state makes available, either at meetings where they may take comments verbally, or people can submit comments in writing via email or otherwise.
So my question then becomes like, if it's all written public comments submitted to the state needs to be submitted along with the plans, are transcriptions for verbal public comments expected to be submitted as well?
Great question. Do you have a proposal on what you would like that to be?
I would like it to say, it's gonna be a lot, but it's basically, I don't know how to wordsmith this properly, but if we are going to have public comments that will be verbal, then it should have a transcription of any verbal comments will be submitted in addition to the written comments. And I don't know the best way to say that.
Jane, would you like to chime in on this one?
I have no feelings. Okay, I retract. Never mind.
Oh, okay. So sticking with the current language on, oh, I'm sorry, Carol, you have your hand up.
Now, I was just going to say, it's hard if you've got a big meeting going on to transcribe all of those, but maybe there's a way to suggest that if somebody stands up in a meeting with a comment, that you ask them to submit it in writing, rather than the party being required, the state party being required to transcribe everything. I think it would be fine to ask speakers to give you a written version of what they want.
So that there's a written record.
Yeah.
Yes. I see.
I just mean we should not require state parties to transcribe everything that comes out in a meeting.
Joanne Sullivan. Oh, sorry, Joanne Dowdell. Nope. Alicia?
Alicia Andrews
Yeah.
from Oklahoma. In practice, staff, I'll give you an example of what we did in Oklahoma, is we opened it up for 30 days, and at the 30-day mark, we also had a meeting. But because of ADA, we told everyone who was going to make a comment that they needed to put it in writing so that we could put it on the board so everyone could see it. So we made an accommodation where I didn't have to have someone sitting over to the side writing everything out. And so there are ways to accomplish it, but I don't know that we need to prescribe that here.
Indira?
I just wanted to kind of piggyback on what Alicia said. In Colorado, we had several meetings that we scheduled, collected public comment on Google Forms, and any relevant comments were, noted down, but I think it gets too prescriptive and unmanageable to add any more detail.
Thank you. Barry?
Yes, I mean, I'm a little confused. I mean, C, the second line says 30-day period of public comment. If you go down 4 more lines, it says all written public comments. So if we just added written, the 30-day period of written public comment, anybody that has an oral comment is going to have to put it in writing to provide it to us, and then it seems to make consistency in the section by having written next to both.
Is that a motion?
Yes.
So you're proposing that the word written be inserted before the word 30 on the first line?
Or period of written public comment. I mean, either way.
Oh, okay. Okay, so is there a second to adding the word written following the, before the words public comment, public comment? Frank? Okay, oh, I'm sorry, is there a second to this motion? Okay, we have a second. So, Frank?
Yeah, Frank Leone, DC. I wouldn't add that because if a state wants to have an oral public comment period via Zoom and have it recorded via Zoom and have that record and submit it, they can do that. I certainly agree with Carol that we shouldn't mandate that they do it. that they record oral comments. But if they want to record oral comments, then we shouldn't say that they can't. So I would oppose the amendment.
Yvette?
Can we just say written and/or oral comments, and that takes in both, and we can decide that that would be the easiest way to do it? They can do one, they can do the other, they can do both. So written and/or. Or just say public comment. Yeah, like we have. I mean, it says public comment, which takes the place of it. It's everybody's interpretation.
One
In
meeting,
Maryland,
please.
We did. In
One
Maryland,
meeting.
we did both. It can be either or. So.
Jason?
I worry that we're overcomplicating this process a little bit in this moment. So, and where I want to go, hold on one at a time, but where we're going with this section is a part of the plan process is each state party before adoption is required to put it out for 30 days for people to comment, to review, to give feedback on it. There's an opportunity. When I was youth council chair, we reviewed each state delegation plan and wrote a letter and submitted it to state parties, commented on that. This is meant to be just a 30-day public comment period, not about a written period, just a 30-day comment period that is open, transparent, and then as a part of the attachments when it is submitted, we as a committee will review all of the documents and materials, and one of those attachments, one of the exhibits, HD, whatever it is a copy of any of those written comments and letters that folks submitted with it. So I worry that we're adding too much to this and we're overcomplicating a process where this is just a 30-day period to review it.
Joanne?
Thank you very much. I completely agree with Jason, and I feel that going forward, we should ask ourselves, are we solving for a problem that doesn't exist?
Just
Steph?
high key, my bad. Yeah, that was it. I just I had a question. High key, my bad. Joanne's right.
Barry?
Yeah, I have no problem with what was discussed. I'm just seeing confusion or ambiguity in having nothing before public comment on line 2 and written public comments on line 6. That's what I was trying to adjust in some way so that the same paragraph is consistent. That's all I meant.
Okay, so we have a motion to insert the word written on the second line prior to the public comment from Barry. Is there any other discussion about that? Can we do a vote on that? All of those in favor of Barry's motion, please say aye. Those opposed, nay? Okay, so we won't do that. Any other changes on 1C? All right, we'll move to 1D, which is that state parties begin their state delegate selection plans, including affirmative action plans and outreach, shall be submitted to the DNC's Rules and Bylaws Committee by May 4th next year. Just a change in dates, but is there any comments or questions about that? Okay, we'll move on to 1E. The RBC will act on the proposed plans as soon as practicable, but no later than November 15th next year, or 4 months prior to the state's first determining step, whichever's earlier. Any comments or questions on Rule 1E? Seeing none, we'll move to Rule 1F. Implementation of affirmative action plans and outreach inclusion plans shall begin no earlier than November 15th, 2027, or 4 months before the first determining step, whichever is earlier. Are there any comments or questions about that? Keith, your tent is up.
Yes, Keith Yamamoto, California. I trust everyone thinks that F is so important, especially what happened last election, where we lost votes from a lot of demographic groups that were, or I should say, are the number, a percentage of votes from certain demographic groups and gender were not reflexive of what we would have anticipated in the 2024 election. And in reference to this item, first, I think it's real important. Second question is, to the degree that the state party is integrating this into their plan, I think it's evident and important for us to move forward. Third question ends up being, what happens if a party might not be able to implement this at the same time, or by the time as specified November 15, 2027, even though we do constantly criticize for coming to different communities way too late. Communities also means all voters, and we don't hear from the party until there's an election. So I just wanted to, one, accentuate the importance and then ask the question about what happens if a state or territory is not able to implement this by November 15th.
If a state fails to implement a section of its plan, and certainly the affirmative action and outreach provisions of the plan are very important to our party, they can be subject to challenge. And if they have not done anything, our rules are pretty clear about how the outcome of that challenge. And that's why we place so much emphasis on getting started with the implementation of our affirmative action and outreach plans early on. That's all the only answer I can provide. Mignon, I don't know if you...
No, I agree completely. I'm sorry, I agree completely with that, yeah.
David?
If I recall correctly, if you don't implement your affirmative action plan timely or just don't implement it, you lose the benefit of a presumption you would otherwise have if challenged. If you're challenged and you have properly implemented an affirmative action plan, the mere fact that you didn't end up meeting your goals is not sufficient to validate the challenge. But if you haven't implemented timely your affirmative action plan, you're at risk of simply failing to meet your goals and then having your delegation challenged. So there is a penalty. It's a bit subtle and a bit legalistic, but it is in there. So maybe more than a bit legalistic. But anyway, so.
Thank you, David. Indira?
Thank you. Are there any examples that the staff can perhaps share with this group of situations where this happened in 2024?
I am not aware of any examples where states failed to begin implementing their affirmative action plans. Alicia?
Alicia Andrews, Oklahoma. Not in 2024, but the delegate selection plan that I inherited in 2020 was in violation of the affirmative action plan and was in danger. Oklahoma was in danger of not being seated. I had to go to every single meeting and plead my case and beg in order to be able to be seated at the convention. So it was taken very seriously by this committee.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to 1G, which is saying that state delegate selection plans have to specify the methods and timetables for selecting their standing committee members in conformity with the call for the convention. Any questions, comments about that? Seeing none, we'll go to Rule 1H, which says that the DNC and state parties will publish and make available at no cost the delegate selection rules and a clear and concise explanation of how voters can participate in our delegate selection process, and that the DNC shall prepare and provide at no cost to state parties a clear and concise explanation of the delegate selection rules, and that we are required to do that by October 4th of the calendar year before the National Convention. Any questions, comments about that? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, yes, Michael, thank you.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment to 1H that I submitted to staff.
Give me one second.
Okay, we'll get it up on the screen. Thanks.
All right, so the amendment is to Rule 1H, and it adds the line, this concise explanation of how Democratic voters can participate must be written in plain language and translated into the top 4 languages spoken by Democrats within the state as determined by the state party using publicly available data. Oh, that might go down at the bottom.
So we have a motion by Michael to insert this language about providing written plain language translated into the top 4 languages in the state. Is there a second?
Sorry, one second. I put that in the wrong spot.
Okay. All right. So is there a second to Michael Kapp's proposed language? So we have a second, and Michael, you're recognized to speak on your motion.
Thank you. Sham, I think you had it right the first time, the location.
Oh, sorry, it says clear and concise in there twice.
Thank you. Yes, thank you for considering this amendment. This amendment ensures that participation materials prepared by state parties are understandable and accessible to a broader range of Democrats, particularly those with limited English proficiency. It establishes a clear, uniform expectation across states while allowing flexibility in determining the most relevant languages. Expanding linguistic access is an important foundational step towards equitable participation in the delegate selection process. And now I believe President Tleb wants to share a few words.
Jane?
Thank you. I had let Michael know that the ASDC would be happy to pay for the translation services for all of the state parties. I know that we have in the past contracted with a firm that the DNC has also used to make sure that that would not be a burden for state parties.
Thank you, President Tleb.
David?
Thanks. I had a couple of, these are actually just questions. One of them is in light of this last amendment. Does the delegate selection plan in each state have to be translated into the same 4 languages, or is it just the summary? I mean, if somebody reads the summary but can't get to the plan because it's in English. That was one question. The second question was just in terms of what we do. In 2024 at least, and I think maybe in at least one prior cycle, the DNC had a section of its web pages that was resources for the nominating process, that, if I recall correctly. And my question was, do we include in that copies of the delegate selection plans for all jurisdictions? So that if I was a one-stop wanting to know how to advise my kids in California what their deal is, I would just go to the DNC site and look up California, or not?
I do not believe so. I remember at a convention many years ago that we had basically our rules and bylaws synopsis of how the state selected its delegates, but I don't remember us having delegate selection plans.
As to that last question, that's not a rules matter. I was just curious because it was very useful. But as to the former, does including this language about the summaries imply that the DSAAPs themselves, delegate selection plans themselves, should also be in multiple languages?
So I think that we should ask Michael, refer that question to Michael.
Right. Yes, I anticipated this. That's why the first 3 words of the amendment are this concise explanation, which is why placement of the sentence was really critical. The previous sentence talks about the delegate, the state's rules, the national delegate selection rules, and a clear and concise explanation of how Democratic voters can participate in the delegate selection process. The plain language and translation requirement would apply to that clear and concise explanation of how Democratic voters can participate in the delegate selection process only.
Indira.
I'm a little bit concerned about the top 4 languages. Usually there's some safe harbor rules regarding translation services. There's a threshold that people would have to meet depending on where they live, 10,000, 20,000, like that. And so I'm very hesitant, particularly in states like California or New York or Texas. This could become a problem if we say 4 languages. I would like to be to reconsider that. Thank you.
Michael, do you want to address that question?
I do, thank you. This sets a floor, not a ceiling. States can obviously go beyond this. I thought that 4 was a good compromise. I thought 5 would begin to create real cost and capacity concerns, especially for smaller state parties. And I thought that 3 risked excluding critical languages, so I thought 4 was a good middle ground for a floor. Currently, right now, the floor is 0, and in far too many cases in a lot of states, that's the ceiling too. And this would lift up the floor to 4, but hopefully states will do more.
Thank you. Steve?
Mine is somewhat of a question. It's, sorry, Steve Kerrigan, Massachusetts. The use of the word, sorry, where is it? Spoken by Democrats within the state. Is there a reason why we include that and we just strike that and have the 4 top languages spoken in the state? Because I just think it'd be easy to find the 4 languages spoken, but by Democrats, I don't know how we would sort that and figure that out. Yeah.
We can strike that.
Is there any objection to striking by Democrats? Okay, great. Steph, you're recognized. Okay, nope. Raymond.
Ray Buckley, New Hampshire. Perhaps it's just me, but I was just trying to imagine seeing all of this the first time, because it's not entirely clear. It doesn't say, I would have thought it would have been written, this concise explanation on how Democratic voters can participate must be written in plain language, translated into the top 4 language other than English or including English? Because does English supposed to be part of that 4, or is it 4 additional? That would be a question I can imagine being asked, and I don't know exactly what that answer would be.
Michael, do you want to respond to that?
Sure, it's the top 4, so that would be presumably English in all states, followed by 3 languages not English. And again, this only sets a floor.
Okay, Coleman?
Thank you so much. I'm fine with this for the most part. I think, as Indira said, well, I won't bring you into it, Indira. I like you too much. I think you get to 4 languages, and I understand it's the floor, not the ceiling. President Kleb has offered a way forward that my concern is, you know, when you get to the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, the language gets exclusionary, really, and it puts the burden on states in a way that I don't know that states have been consulted about. And okay, but I'm also concerned about this first sentence. Who determines what concise explanation is? If it's the states, great. We need to say that, because if it has to come back to this body or some other body to say this meets the threshold for concise or not, that too would be problematic as far as I'm concerned. So in theory, I'm all for this. I'm all for making it more inclusive, but I'm concerned again, and I've said this before, that in the desire to do something, we create more issues. So thank you.
Thank you. Keith?
Yes, the subsequent question says the DNC shall, I think it says, don't prepare and provide at no cost to state parties, even though Jane indicated that the ASDC contracts with the same service that the DNC. My concept, my thought is with that language, the contractor for the DNC should be doing the translation, and the state party should be doing other translations, not necessarily directed to the delegate selection process, but just organizing those respective communities to be Democrats and vote Democratic, so that it'll free up the resources of state parties for that purpose. And that's how I read it. So what Jane says is appreciated in terms of what her commitment is for the ASDC providing the translation, but it seems like the DNC is responsible, and I'm all for the DNC to continue that contract so they could do the translation. Because the Asian Caucus is definitely continually put the ongoing contract to make sure language translations is provided to Democratic parties throughout the country on an ongoing basis, because I know there's been gaps. I'm sorry that Chair Martin's not here to address that.
Keith, do you have a recommendation or
okay.
recommended change to that?
It's more a statement of practicality. Does that mean the DNC, because of the subsequent sentence, will have the contractor that does the translation on board to do this for the states? And then therefore what Jane said about ASDC or the state parties don't have to use that same service for the delegate selection process element, but just organizing those respective communities to be Democrats and vote Democratic. And there are other avenues in organizing those respective communities, not on the delegate selection process, but to re-elect Democrats from those respective communities.
Yes, Keith, to answer your question, would it be the right thing to change it to the state party's concise explanation?
Oh, I don't want to change it that way. I'd rather have the DNC, but that's just my observation of the way the language is written.
So if I understood you, Keith, you are just making a statement. And are you making any notable changes?
Well, the other element is we're obligating the party to do the translation, and I'm all for that, and that's my comment then.
Okay.
Thank you. Indira?
Thank you. I really like what Coleman said. We don't know where this translation part would end. Would it be something a working group can address and then bring it back to this body? Or should this be addressed right here, right now?
Artie?
Thank you, Artie Blanco. Thank you so much, Vice Chair, on bringing up that question. I'm just now doing some research because I remember there is federal laws that dictate when a state should start providing materials printed in different languages. So I think with her question, I think going to a working group, I really love this. I think what's the sticking point for me is the for and the very specific of it, that we maybe look at what are the processes that states already have to provide. I remember when Nevada In 2006, forms were still, voter registration forms were still provided by the state in English and Spanish. And I think it was 2009 or 2008 when we started providing Tagalog translations by the state. So therefore, the state party provides that as well already. But those are 3 different languages. So I think I would love to send it back if Mr. Cap would be welcome to it, to really go back and dive into it, and then could we come back to this if there's a consensus and a recommendation from a working group?
Helen, is it possible to, I'm sure that the motion would not be to table, or would it be to table since we're dealing with an ad seratum motion?
Your choice is to do something or do nothing today, okay? And tomorrow, when you still haven't adopted the whole package, you can do something or nothing tomorrow to this paragraph.
So we have a motion on the floor. And Kaylin, you're recognized.
Thank you, Kaylin from Oklahoma. I want to just raise a point here. I'm not making a motion, obviously, but when we talk about the top 4 languages spoken within a state, I want to just point out that there are American Indian tribes that have their own languages. And while some of those tribes are very small, you have a lot of folks who are first language speakers. And specifically, there's first language speakers in Oklahoma, but I'm not talking from an Oklahoma perspective. I'm more concerned about folks in New Mexico and Arizona who speak Navajo and Hopi. And I would like for this body to consider language that addresses those issues, because not only do you have a language barrier, you also have a remote barrier for those folks too. So they would not, I'm sure, probably maybe in Arizona they might be in the top 4 languages spoken. I'm not sure about that. But given the power of the Indian vote and the opportunities that we have within battleground states to capitalize on that, I just don't want us to forget about the native languages spoken in specifically those 2 states. And there may be others. Nevada, Vice Chair may have, I'm not sure you have the numbers there that would qualify, but I think we need to look at that, and I would ask that we speak with Chair Pratt of the Native American Caucus to address those issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, Jason.
First, Michael, thank you for this. It's a really great conversation discussion. I really appreciate you bringing this forward. I think we might need to wordsmith this a little more than we have time for today, because as I'm reading this language, it seems to me that we are committing the DNC to funding a portion of this, because as you read the preceding clause, it says the Democratic National Committee and the state parties shall publish and make available all of those items. And then it continues with this concise explanation. So it is almost implying with that preceding clause is the DNC and the state parties are providing that. So we're committing funds on behalf of the DNC to say that this will get done by the DNC. So I think some wordsmithing to understand who's responsible, that state parties, that ASDC under James' gracious offer and things. I think we can just wordsmith this a little more. I think we might have something, but maybe we want to postpone this until a later point and just work on that language. But I love the concept and idea of this and really helping to build that inclusive party, and I really appreciate you, Michael, for bringing this forward with that.
But you're not making a motion. Gary.
There had been a question raised about determination and concise explanation. I see that on line 66, that's in black letter, which means it's been there for a while. Has there ever been a problem with determining whether or not a state has submitted a concise explanation?
I don't remember the question ever coming up.
Thank you.
Joanne.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Joanne Dowdell, New Hampshire. I am reading this section here, and I don't know if it's redundant or it's 2 separate documents, but in the first sentence, we reference the national delegate selection rules. And then in that second part, excluding the most recently added amendment, we say the delegate selection rules. So it appears as if it's two separate documents. One references national delegate selection rules in the first sentence. And then we say, again, the DNC shall prepare and provide at no cost a clear and concise explanation of the delegate selection rules.
That has
So-
always been interpreted as the same thing. The National Delegate Selection Rules, which is not necessarily what we call that document. We call it the Delegate Selection Rules.
Then I
and-
would suggest we just call it the delegate selection rules and be consistent, because one, we specify national, and then we just say delegate selection rules. So we should just be consistent in how we're referencing
Okay.
the document.
And I see Michael has an opinion about that.
Yes. I actually want to do the reverse. I think that it's important that we have national in both places, because the first sentence in line 64 says their rules, meaning the state's delegate selection rules. That's why the next line says the national delegate selection rules. So I think for clarity's sake, I agree with you. For clarity's sake, I think in both places it should say national. Right. I agree. We can add that to my amendment.
Helen says that this can just be done by consent. Is there any objection to just adding the clarification of on line 76, national delegate selection rules, inserting national? Any objection to that? Okay, done by unanimous consent then. And we're back to Michael's discussion of Michael's motion. And Jane, you're next.
Hi. I don't know if this might be a solution to some of the concerns around the table, but it could be that the ASDC shall provide a one-page explanation in several languages for all state parties to use, and then an email for any Democrat across those state parties to request a full translation for a delegate selection plan. Would it not be better that maybe we do provide a simple one-pager that, like Dottie Lee is who we usually contract with, that all of us, it would be a universal one-pager that all of us in several languages would have on our website. Therefore, if it is somebody with a specific language that then wants to be a delegate, rather than trying to do it in 4 languages per state party, I'm just thinking, if somebody is going to need not just a concise, but actually wants to be a delegate and needs the actual full rules translated into their language, I would rather know those, whatever it is, 10, 20, 30 delegates across the nation, and provide that translation of their full delegate selection plan. That just seems like the actual solution we need, because the individual would need more than just the concise overview, right? They would actually need their full delegate selection plan. So this way, all state parties have a uniform. If you use a different language, here's an overview, and here's the email that we can provide your state party's translated delegate selection plan. So it's more of a service that we're providing for anybody that needs it, and that the ASDC would then provide that.
So, thank you, Jane. Excellent comments and suggestions, and the chair and myself would ask if we could take a pause on this motion for doing some specific wordsmithing and bring back maybe more precise language of what we're trying to accomplish with this at a future meeting.
Works for me, and I appreciate the support of the ASDC on this.
Great. So all right. So we have So can we have a motion to postpone to the next meeting? All right, is there a second? Is there anyone that wants to discuss that? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thanks. All right, so before we move to Rule 2, we have no changes to Rules 1B, C, D, E, or F, and the proposed change to Rule 1H is postponed.
And before we move to Rule 2, thank you, Rick. And, you know, as you can see, we are relying on his expertise over the years of doing this. But I also want to just thank the committee for their patience. I know some of this seems redundant, some of it seems tedious. Some people are probably saying move the discussion on, but I will tell you, in the end, this document holds weight for us, and for those that have had to sit through these grueling meetings, and for those that are sitting through it for the first time, we really do appreciate how you're going through it, and hopefully when we're through with this, you'll all feel proud of the work we're doing, because this is the document that lives forever into the next 4 years. So, Rick, we'll move on to Rule 2.
Great. It just feels like forever sometimes. So Rule 2 is on participation, and I will ask Sham to give us an overview of this. Oh, I'm sorry. I will ask Will to give us an overview of this.
Okay, we'll do some swapping. Rule 2 is on participation. Rule 2 guarantees that participation in the delegate selection process is open to Democrats who publicly affiliate as such. It prohibits fees, cost, or dual participation in another party's nominating process, sets guardrails for voting methods, including limited internet voting, and emphasizes voter access, security, and anti-suppression efforts.
Okay, so we are on Rule 2, participation. This is, I used to say this is one of my favorite rules because it contains the 6 basic elements that I hold near and dear to my heart because I think they're so important for how our party operates. But it's also a pretty complex rule. But to start us off, I will call on Elaine that was kind of jumping the gun on talking about this earlier, but obviously has important points to make about participation.
Yeah, and I apologize for jumping the gun. I thought you would be over through Rule 1 a lot sooner, and having been on this committee for a long time, that was stupid. I should have known. Okay, Rule 2 has I don't know how conscious it is, but there's a contradiction in Rule 2. The way we generally think of this is we got it up there. Rule 2A1. Democratic voters shall be those persons who publicly declare their party preference and have that preference publicly recorded. So in a whole bunch of states, you go into there's no party registration, or maybe there is, but you go to the ballot box on primary day and you say, I'd like to vote the Democratic ballot. They write your name down, you get a Democratic ballot, and you vote. Rule 2B says, nothing in these rules shall be interpreted to encourage or permit states with party registration and enrollment, or states that limit participation to Democrats only, to amend their systems to open participation to members of other parties. Now, nobody tries to open their registration to members of other parties. However, the world has changed since a lot of these rules were written. The most recent Gallup poll has 45% of Americans identifying as independents, and 27% and 27% identifying as Democrats and Republicans. So the name of the game is actually to get independent voters. But then we go on to Rule 2C. State parties shall take all feasible steps to encourage non-affiliated and new voters, I assume non-affiliated means independent voters, to register or enroll, to provide simple procedures through which they may do so, and to eliminate excessively long waiting periods for voters wishing to register or change their party enrollment. All Democrats who comply with Rule 2A shall be allowed to participate in the delegate selection process. Now, the problem is that if you live in the states that are encompassed by Rule 2B, you can't do that, okay? If you show up in New York at a polling place and you say, hey, I'd like to vote the Republican ballot, and you're not registered as a Republican, guess what? You can't vote. You can't vote in the primary. We dealt with this some years ago in the Unity Commission, and because the feeling was that particularly in New York, that was sort of the worst of them. In New York, you had to change your party registration like 6 months before the primary, and almost nobody knew then who was voting in the primary, okay, let alone, okay, so I think that shrunk maybe to 30 days, but I'm not sure. But in other words, we are saying two things. We're talking out of both sides of our mouth. We're saying party registration is okay. So if you register by party, it's okay, and that means keeping only registered Democrats from voting in the primary. And then we're saying, well, we should expand our view here, and anybody who asks for a Democratic ballot and publicly declares and has it recorded should be able to vote. So I think it's probably time, given how many independents there are out there, I think it's probably time we clean this up somehow. And there's a variety of ways to do it. We could amend Rule 2B to encourage states with party registration to make some process by which independents could vote in the primary. I mean, right now it says, you know, they shouldn't be open to participation of members of other parties. That's not the problem, okay? It's not the problem. We don't have a lot of Republicans rushing to vote in the Democratic primary, although the way this administration is going, who knows? But you know, the problem is independents, okay? And when you have more independents than you do Democrats or Republicans, what are we going to do? The other thing we could do is just say something like, Democrats who comply with Rule 2A and Rule 2B should be allowed to participate in the delegate selection process. My suggestion here is, I think this is kind of a big issue because the 2B affects a lot of big states. It affects New York, it affects Illinois, it affects a lot of, frankly, big Democratic states because it tends to come from the old days when there were stronger parties and party machines. The southern states and the western states never really had a lot of party registration, particularly because in the South it was a one-party system. So I think this is fairly complicated, but I do think we should clean it up and just modernize it and recognize that in today's world, we need independence to win elections, and we need independents to be participating. We need to reach out to independents. So my suggestion would be, because I'm not ready to kind of like figure this out yet, but my suggestion would be that we hold this, that we ask the staff, and I'd be happy to help, to do a little research on which states are where and what has happened since the Unity Commission, what has happened in the party registration states, and how difficult is it these days. It may not be as difficult as I'm remembering, but frankly, I think Jane, you were there too. I mean, this was a big issue, and it really did have a lot of there were a lot of big values questions behind it. So I would like to put this and then put it on the table for our next meeting.
Thank you, Elaine. So Elaine is making a motion to postpone consideration of Rule 2 altogether, or?
Well, I would say Rule 2 up through 2F.
Okay, so Rule 2A, B, C, D, and E.
Right.
And
Yeah.
postpone consideration of that until the next meeting.
And we can have then, I could do it I could do it in a day. I mean, we need a little bit of a simple sort of explanation of what has happened to these states. Because of 2008, because of the pressure that happened, I do think some of these older party registration states have probably made some adaptations. But I don't know, frankly, if they meet the intent of 2A, which I think is more in keeping with where we are politically in this country at this point in time.
And 2A got changed by the Fairness Commission, if I'm not mistaken, because it had been very tightly controlled to just Democrats, and the Fairness Commission asked that that rule get opened up to what it is currently, but you're suggesting it's time to change again.
When I was a staffer at the DNC, so that was in the totally dark ages, we went to the Supreme Court.
Yes.
On this issue, but then we went to the Supreme Court on the issue.
Open to all people who are registered as Democrats or who wish to take a Democratic ballot and are not registered in any other party. And I write into my plan, we deem them under our state party procedures to be Democrats. Doesn't that deal with the issue that you are talking about logically? It may not be as clear. That's question one. And then question two does relate to whether we need to think a little bit further about part of this. We have, in a non-party registration state of the kind that I'm in, where we say you can't participate under these rules, you can't participate if you're a member of another party. It is very difficult without party registration to tell what a political party is. And, does it mean, is a political party the Working Families Party? Is the political party Democratic Socialists? Is the political party the Green Party? There are all kinds of flavors of people that we seek to attract, but nowhere do we say, and this has occasionally come up in my state under rules that people could not be endorsed if they were members of other parties, and then you get the classic, I'm a member of 6 different groups. Are they or are they not parties because they share the same issues? And I think the issue of what's another political party, which comes up in various places, is probably a subject for regulations, not something that we need to work out here, but we may need to put a regulation in as to what we mean or don't mean about it. But I think it's part of the complex topic. And then the third, I wasn't quite sure why you wanted to include 2F, which relates to whether you have to have a open ballot or can use a secret ballot.
No, we don't need to.
Okay, yeah.
We don't need to.
Up to 2F.
Let me just say on your first question, David, and this is why I wanted to do a little bit more work on this. I believe that in New York, even though your state delegate selection plan might say that, might coincide with 2A, if you go to the polling place and you're registered as an independent, they're not going to give you a Democratic ballot. They won't let you vote Democratic. That's what I think we need to research is how tough is this?
The concern that I would have is that sounds to me like acknowledging that the state can tell us how to do our business as opposed to falling under the circumstance in our rules that if state law prohibits you from doing something, you need to try to change the state law,
Right.
not that we change our posture to say the states can tell us who can vote in our primaries. That worries me.
Yeah, I didn't mean to suggest that, David. I mean, because one possible outcome of delving into this a little bit is that we would actually substantially change Rule 2B to encourage states to get rid of the sort of what I call the old-fashioned, because it really is an old-fashioned party enrollment. So that would be one possible outcome.
Okay.
Great. All right. Alicia.
I have a clarifying question here. One, I think we are the Democratic National Convention, and opening it and saying you don't have to be a Democrat, I have a problem with. But I think that C answers your question. It says state parties shall take all feasible steps to encourage non-affiliated and new voters to register and enroll. I mean, we ask state parties to define what those steps are, and if that's recruiting unaffiliated voters and getting them to somehow declare. Because what I'm hearing is an unaffiliated voter, I have no idea if they show up at the OKGOP and participate in their stuff and then turn around and participate in it. I would have no idea. And just because they sign a piece of paper, that don't mean anything, because if the Republicans don't tell me, they won't tell me. So I think the question is answered in letter C, where it says state parties should take every step to enroll folks and determine. So I'm not really sure what question we're trying to answer here.
Because in states with party registration.
And I'm a state with party registration.
Yeah, okay. You can't vote if you're not registered. In some states with party registration, you can't vote if you're not registered.
We are a conditional closed state. So
Okay.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah, okay.
And so if you are an unaffiliated voter under our new rules, you can't vote as a Democrat.
Right.
And you can't vote, you cannot participate in our delegate selection plan because you're not a Democrat.
Well, but the beginning of this say encourage non-affiliated and new voters. A lot of new voters, these numbers of independents are very big among new voters, among Gen X and Gen Z. So what I call the old-fashioned system of party registration doesn't seem to be consistent with where we are today in politics, because we want to bring these people in. And they show up and they're told, no, you can't vote. Can't vote in the Democratic primary.
Shall take all feasible steps to encourage non-affiliated and new voters to register and enroll. So that does take it into.
Well, you get them to but let's face it, one of the reasons that we have same-day registration and has been so popular in our party is because people don't think about this ahead of time, right? The primary comes and somebody excites them and they want to participate in the primary, and then we tell them, no, the date to register and change your party was 30 days ago. You see, so that's the problem. This is why this became such an issue, at least in 2008, I guess it was. It became such an issue because voters in some states were showing up trying to vote in a Democratic primary and told that they could not. And so the question is there something that falls between 2A and 2B? You know what I mean? Is there a way that states can do this where they still are, recruiting Democrats and asking them to be Democrats, but you have a little bit more flexibility for the young and increasingly independent voters? And that's why I said I think it's worth looking into more.
And I will just add that this committee has been fairly open to states asking to open their process to non-affiliated voters, their primaries.
Yeah, it has been.
Yes.
But we still have this language that,
yes.
Is in
yes.
there. So.
Great. So is there any other discussion about postponing sections A through E to the next meeting? Okay, see none. I'm sorry, Leah.
Nope, I just threw my hand up. I agree with postponing. I would just really want to ensure that as we are discussing that we are taking into account the various opinions, because I feel strongly that we are selecting the Democratic nominee, and so Democrats should select Democratic nominees, and I don't really care what the independents think about who the Democratic standard bearer is going to be. I pastor a church. I have a lot of visitors. They come, they sing in the choir, they pay their tithes and their offering and all of that. But when it's time to elect the head of the church, only members get to vote on that. And so I think if we're electing a Democratic nominee who's going to be our standard bearer, then Democrats need to make that decision. So whoever is the discussion committee, I would just like to ensure that that perspective is represented, and I am not volunteering myself to be that perspective.
Well, I think Madam Elaine volunteered to workshop this language, and we will depend on her to get that to us ASAP.
Thank you, Indira.
Chad first.
Oh, Chad.
Thanks, and I agree with the postponing. I just want to note, the Republican Party in Colorado is about to opt out of the state law that requires unaffiliated folks to be able to vote in the party's primaries. And the practical impact of that is unaffiliated voters in Colorado only have one party's choice, because our party is not interested nor has the appetite to exclude unaffiliated voters. And so we are, faced with the prospect of welcoming Republican-leaning unaffiliateds into our primary, because they simply only have that choice unless they're willing to register with the Republican Party, which many of them are not willing to do because of the state of the Republican Party these days. And so while I agree with the notion that we should allow unaffiliated to participate as wholly as we can, I just want to note that in Colorado there is a unique situation. I don't know if it applies to other states where suddenly I'm expecting more Republican voters in our primary than usual.
Okay, Indira?
My comments are more from, seeing what I am seeing in my state and others too, is that the Republicans or even unaffiliated who are they have either they've been brainwashed or they're severely uninformed. And when we are voting as Democrats, there has been an ecosystem that, we create where we are educating them, and there's a set of values that we believe in and vote on. And I'm very, very weary of introducing unaffiliated folks into this mix. And I've had very bad experiences, including people who have been either on GOP or unaffiliated, and typically unaffiliated are also uninformed. So.
Thank you. Russ?
Thank you. I just want to add, Russ Carnahan, Missouri. I just want to add one additional state perspective. Missouri, for most of my adult lifetime, has been absolutely, has had no party registration. You walk in to vote, and they say, what ballot do you want? You say, I want a Democratic ballot, and you vote. And there's no record of your party. Only right before the 2024 cycle, our legislature added a voluntary voter where you could put party ID on your voter registration. Very few people do it. So if we said only people who had put a D on their voter registration could vote in our primary, very few people would be able to participate. So again, we need to figure out a way that in states like ours, we almost have to pretend like we still don't have party registration in order to be able to get people to vote. And maybe we could only exclude people who were definitely labeled, registered Republican, but that's one more wrinkle in how we have to address this.
Thank you. So are we ready to vote on this? Yes. Okay, so all in favor of postponing Rule 2A through E to the next meeting, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. And the ayes have it. So we'll move to 2F. And when I mentioned the 6 basic elements earlier, I also got ahead of myself because that's in Rule 4. Uh-huh. Yep. All right. So Rule F talks about, in accordance with Article 9, Section 12 of the Charter, votes shall not be taken by secret ballot at any stage of the delegate selection process, including the process leading up to the selection of DNC members, state chairs, or vice chairs who serve on the DNC, except that the use of such voting by secret ballot may be used in a process that is the first determining stage of the delegate selection process, and in which individual voters are eligible to participate in accordance with provisions of this Rule 2. Are there any questions, discussion about that? Seeing none, we'll move on to Rule 2G. The casting of ballots over the internet may be used as a method of voting in a vote only for presidential preference in a state party-run process constituting the first determining stage in the presidential nominating process, and only if such casting of ballots over the internet, and then we have 4 different sub-provisions, is used in a system in which voters may cast their ballots in person on the day of such processes and or by mail, and in which casting of ballots over the internet is an alternative means of voting. 2 is accompanied by a comprehensive proactive education and outreach program on the use of internet voting that is set forth in the state's delegate selection plan and approved by the RBC. 3 is conducted in accordance with a plan that is approved by the RBC that is included in the state's delegate selection plan and provides adequate measures to achieve security, reliability, access to eligible voters, and transparency, including contractual and other safeguards to secure exclusive ownership and control by the state party of voting data. And 4 is accomplished through a system which provides the voter with an opportunity to verify the voter's ballot and correct any error before the voter's vote is cast, which can be permanently maintained by the voter at the voter's option in paper, electronic, or other form, and in which produces a paper record of the voter's vote that is preserved and maintained by the state party in the event of a manual audit until the expiration of the time for filing an implementation challenge under these rules. And I will recognize Frank.
Frank Leon, DC. We looked at this 4 years ago, and I think it might have been added to the rules for the first time 4 years ago. It was relatively recent.
We had other language about internet voting that happened as a result of Arizona using internet voting in like the early 90s.
Oh, okay. But
and then we had to I think clean it up based on Alaska using internet voting.
So we did have the DNC Voter Protection Department and Tech Department take a look at this language, and so I don't know if it needs to be updated or not, but that would be good to check with those folks and see if it still achieves the goal of making sure that if we're going to have internet voting, it's safe, secure, and generally most systems don't meet those standards according to the tech people I know.
Yeah.
But maybe there's something new, but I think having the experts look at it would be helpful.
Your point is well taken, and certainly in 2020 when many states had to change how they were conducting votes, this was a very big deal. Is there any objection to just moving Rule 2G to postponing that to the next meeting while we consult with our, I'm sorry, 2G, isn't it?
Yeah.
2G, to make sure that our data security folks have a chance to review that. Elaine?
Yeah, I'd be all for that, because I think we went through this with the data security folks on an Alaska delegate selection plan, didn't we?
Yes.
And basically came to the conclusion that it could not be done. That the internet, so in other words, when states vote, right, and when the precincts are reporting their votes to the states, that is not the internet. That's a closed system, because no state yet has felt confident enough in the internet to allow stuff to go over the internet. It is eminently hackable. And I think in the years since this was written, it's gotten more hackable, okay, not less hackable. So I'm not sure we should be allowing internet voting any place in this process in this day and age, unless it is a specially constructed closed system, and that's what the states do. And so I'm all for doing this, but I don't think I think this whole section may be eliminated or changed dramatically, particularly after we talk to data security people in the States. And there's a lot of people who've studied. There's a whole MIT elections lab that has studied internet voting and just how incredibly vulnerable it is. And I just don't see us at this point in history being able to allow any of it.
All right. Is there any objection to postponing this section? Michael, you want to speak?
I have a comment, and I
Yes.
don't want it to be lost by the
Okay.
time we deal with this again.
Great.
G1 through 4, those are all requirements. It's not an or. They are all requirements. So does number 3 need to end with the word and for clarity?
It probably should.
Okay.
It is a semicolon, but yes. Thank you. Any other comments? All right. So all in favor of postponing section 2G to the next meeting, please say aye. Those opposed, nay. And this section is postponed. So now we'll go on to 2H, which provides for state delegates selection plans shall include a description of actions taken or to be taken by the state party to seek enactment of legislation, rules, and policies at the state and local levels to enhance voter and election security and combat election subversion that will, 1, maintain secure and accurate state voter registration rolls so that every eligible American who registers to vote has their personal information protected and secure. 2, implement transparent and accurate voter registration list maintenance procedures that comply with federal requirements. And ensure that every eligible voter stays on the rolls. 3, promote and acquisition, maintenance, and regular replacement of precinct-based optical scan voting systems. 4, ensure that any direct recording electronic systems in place have a voter-verified paper record. 5, implement risk-limiting post-election audits, such as manual audits comparing paper records to electronic records. 6, ensure that all voting systems have recognized security measures. 7, use accessible and secure voting machines that make it possible for individuals with disabilities to vote securely and privately with votes verifiable by voters. 8, provide educational materials to enhance public knowledge and confidence in our election administration and counter disinformation. 9, actively engaging with state and local officials to implement fair and honest election policies and practices. And 10, support adequate funding for state and local administration. Any comments, questions about that? Oh, Mike, you're, oh, okay. Wendy? Steph?
Just one quick question. Why American rather than Democrat in H1? Why did, in Rule H1, why does it say American rather than Democrat?
I can't answer that question. When the wording was probably being written, it was probably to be very broad, but that's my own, it's just a guess. Frank has an answer to it.
Someone has an answer here.
Yeah, no, well, for 2 reasons. Number 1 is the issue that Elaine just mentioned, and that they might be independents, but voting in the Democratic primary. But more importantly, it was that we don't have different voting systems for Democrats and Republicans. The idea is that we make it easy, accessible voting available to all Americans. That's why that word was chosen.
And now recognize Elaine. Okay. Any other comments, questions? Wendy?
Sorry, I didn't know how to make my sign act right. If I'm understanding this correctly, we are asking the state party to describe how they have done all these things. Why would my state party promote the acquisition, maintenance, and regular replacement of optical scanning voting systems when we don't use them in Georgia?
Frank has an answer.
Yeah, at the time this was drafted, we were promoting using optical scan systems instead of direct read electronic systems, which could be hacked and so forth and had all these problems. So optical scan was the state-of-the-art technology at the time. What do you use in Georgia?
The kind you just said we don't want?
Well, they're bad, and you shouldn't.
Well, there are people of many opinions about a lot of these systems, which also gets me to number 8 there. We're supposed to provide educational materials to enhance public knowledge and confidence in election administration. But we have election administrations in many states that are doing very bad things.
Right, so we should encourage them to do good things and encourage good people to get involved and thereby encourage public confidence. The DRE voter optical scan thing is one that we certainly relied on our voter protection department for advice, and I'm not aware that anybody thinks that DREs are a good idea these days.
Well, I mean, there are people who want to use hand-marked paper ballots with DREs, and there are lots of people who think hand-marked paper ballots are both discriminatory against people who can't see or who have difficulty marking ballots. I was just trying to figure out how there were all these things that a state party was supposed to do that weren't necessarily relevant to that state party. I was just trying to get an understanding of what we were asking for there.
Okay, David?
As I read the section, it's not asking the state party to do it, it's asking the state party to seek legislation requiring basically election officials to do a bunch of this stuff. But it's an advocacy thing. Report back on what steps you've taken to get your legislature to shape up your election system, not do it yourself. Now, it may still lead to the same questions you're asking. If my state doesn't think it's a good idea to do these things, why do we have to advocate them? But it's not a requirement that the state party use optical machines, for example.
Jane?
I do think that this section, and there's probably several others, where the DNC is telling state parties things to do, that aren't really relevant to the delegate selection process. This is about the broader, right, election protection, election integrity, election advocacy, all things state parties, quite frankly, do on a daily basis, and Democrats we get elected do, but it's not really relevant to the delegate selection process. I do think that we should really consider taking these things out. Because state parties are spending a lot of time adding information in here, and you guys are spending a lot of time reviewing it, but it's really not relevant to how we're selecting delegates to convention.
Yes, I think, and David and Frank and Elaine, others, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think a lot of this was added in after the 2000 debacle with voting, and the committee thought that something needed to be added in so that states were telling us what they were doing.
And Rick,
Elaine?
I totally agree with Jane. This is kind of orthogonal to delegate selection stuff, and God knows with the SAVE Act and with all the stuff that the Republicans are trying to do to voting, this is right present in everybody's minds, is fighting, is election integrity, et cetera. I don't know that we need to put this in here. As a party, I think we need to think about it, but I don't think we need to put it in delegate selection plan.
And there are states like mine, Florida, where all we can do is say, we're trying, but we don't control anything, and we can't do a thing about what we have. Andre? Oh, no, I'm sorry, Jane. Frank?
Originally, this language, I think, came from here in Brazil a while ago, but it was updated about 8 years ago, I believe, with the DNC Voter Protection Department. And it relates to delegate selection, and that delegate selection starts with voting. And we want to encourage participation. This is the participation section. And so encouraging fair voting practices and accessible voting practices like same-day registration that talks about in another section is a way of encouraging people to participate in our process. And making the states aware of some of these issues, particularly the issues under Section 2, which gives you a checklist of some things to do to encourage participation in the voting process and in the delegate selection process, including modernization of voter protection, online voter registration, pre-registration of high school students, same-day registration. I mean, you can say this is something that's on the Democratic Party's mind, but I don't see a reason. We didn't see a reason. This committee didn't see a reason why it shouldn't be in our delegate selection plans as well, to put it front and center with states. And what we do is, the DC Voter Protection Department, is we help states if they don't understand their state laws on elections. We have information that provides details for them to bring them, if there's a new staffer, for example, to bring them up to date and do that. And so that's where this comes from. And we also, we had, for example, office hours with the Voter Protection Department to answer any questions from states. So, you know, voter protection is important to the Democratic Party. I think there's probably nothing more important at the moment. You mentioned the SAVE Act and other things that are going on that pose an existential threat to our rights to vote. And now seems to be an inopportune time to take out of our delegate selection plan the voter protection rules. I don't know if Donna has more to add.
There's not a single state party chair, vice chair, or executive director, or state party that doesn't believe that election protection isn't of critical importance. In fact, over these past 2 days at our ASDC meeting, we just rolled out an entire new democracy protection program with the DNC and ASDC. That includes a 10-week training program for all of our state parties that the DNC and ASDC are providing with our amazing Director of Election Protection, Hurley. What I'm saying is, as you read this language, it just seems like busy work for a delegate selection plan. And that what I'm arguing is that it should be taken out of the delegate selection plan. And you could actually put this in the strategic plans that all of the state parties are writing. We're writing 4-year strategic plans for the first time in the DNC and ASDC's history. The DNC, under Chair Martin, has provided $10,000 for each state party to write a professional 4-year plan. And part of that plan is about election protection and is about what laws are we trying to put in place to our states. I just don't think it belongs in a delegate selection plan. I would encourage us to strike this section and move it to the ASDC's strategic plan for each state party, because that's where it belongs.
Is that a motion?
That is a motion.
Just H or H and I?
So Jane is proposing or moving to strike section 2H. And is there a second?
Second.
And so we have a motion to...
Can I ask a question? I'm not familiar. I don't really want to argue about my fingerprints in this document, but I am still concerned, as Frank mentioned, with what is happening now, not just with the Congress, but also the Supreme Court. Two possible decisions that will have a huge impact on the free and fair elections in our states and what votes are counted. So I'm not familiar with the ASDC regulations and plans and how you incorporate all of this. So before we strike it, I would hope that we would understand it, because I can sit here and tell you chapter and verse all of the things we've done since 2000 to ensure we protect the right of all American citizens, especially Democrats, Republicans too. We fight for everyone. But I'm not sure I want to put it directly on the states without those of us also at the DNC and through all our efforts to maintain what we have fought for the last 20-plus years. This has been crucial. I mean, I don't have to tell many of you in this room just what we've gone through since Bush v. Gore. And we don't need to relitigate it, but we need to understand why this language was put here and why we made every attempt for the DNC to provide the leadership. Now, I recognize that this might be an extra burden on the states, but it was never intended to be an extra burden on the state. It was intended to ensure that we had some consistency and uniformity in protecting the right of all citizens to participate in the electoral process. And I don't have to remind you, because you all know, the purging that is going on across this country. They're purging voters, registered voters. And this notion that they're going to, the Republicans are, through DHS, trying to come up with a database, using as an excuse that they're looking for undocumented, quote unquote, undocumented individuals. So we just got to be very careful. And again, I don't want to say let's eliminate it. If we want to put it on hold and come back and see what you all have at the ASDC, I would be amenable to that, but I don't want to strike it as if we got something better sitting somewhere else that nobody else know about. All I know is right now, we got a president with a pen who's writing executive orders by the week to weaken and with a brazen attempts to try to take over the 2026 election. So I don't want to send no message out today that the Democratic National Committee is going to strike something and rely on something else from the states until we see it. And if we have to bless it once we see it, fine. We'll call it Creole, not Cajun.
Yes, I 100% agree with you, Chair Brazil, and we're happy to share that with this committee and happy to put that on hold. I guess my larger point is it seems like a lot of information over the years has been added to the delegate selection plan, which is more appropriate for a strategic planning process or another area of state party planning rather than a delegate selection plan. And I really think that we should take time to reconsider, are some of these sections actually appropriate for a delegate selection process, or is it more appropriate for a strategic plan that a state party is doing?
And can I just add, and you know, in fairness to both Chair Glick, Jane, and Chair Brazil, I reread this section and I read it again last night and I just read it again. This is such an important section, but I think I do agree with Jane. I'm not sure it belongs in the delegate selection plan, and this is me cutting the baby in half, but I think that, Donna has been harping on this all weekend about the SAVE Act, about anything that is voting related. So to the degree that we can make sure that all of our state parties and the DNC understands what a critical juncture we are with this particular section, and if we're going to put some real muscle behind it, I think we should try to figure out how to postpone and workshop it in a way that makes real sense, because it is critical right now.
So are you suggesting that this be postponed then?
I was following
I think
Chair Jane's lead, yes.
Yes, postpone.
And so Jane is moving that or suggesting, recommending, asking that her motion be postponed until the next meeting?
Yes.
And is there a second to that motion? And I will now recognize Frank.
Yeah, a couple of things. First of all, I think postponing it and taking a look at the language makes some sense. It was originally drafted 8 years ago with consultation with the Voter Protection Department, and I'd like an opportunity to talk to them about it again, and maybe we can streamline it. Secondly, if the state parties are doing all this stuff, putting it in the delegate selection plan doesn't seem to be a burden at all. And third, state strategic plans are seen by I don't know who, but certainly not by voters. The whole point of the delegate selection plan and publicizing the delegate selection plan and translating it into 4 languages is so voters know about it. And so this is a thing that's not just for state parties, it's for the voters. And so that's an important part of it, that isn't captured by internal strategic plans. That being said, of course, I'm delighted with what state parties are doing, the ASTC is doing. There is no more important issue, and it's great to see that leadership, but that doesn't mean we have to take it out of our delegate selection plan.
Just Carol, you had your tent up, but, okay, and Yvette?
Just real quickly, just to sort of piggyback on what Jane is saying, the ASDC, I did voter protection for ASDC. They are miles ahead of where we were when I was a state party chair. So I just gotta give kudos there. I mean, miles ahead, which means that they're taking it seriously. Strategic plans, while not seen by voters on paper, they are felt by voters by what the state parties are doing. And this is something that will be ongoing, not just every 4 years at delegate selection time. So I don't want to minimize the effect of what these strategic plans are doing, and the fact that I see the growth based on when I was state party chair 4 years ago in terms of what they're doing with voter protection. So I just had to put that out there.
I'm sorry? Okay. Not seeing any other people requesting to speak. We'll vote on the motion to postpone taking action on Rule 2H. Is all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay. The ayes have it, and it is postponed. We'll move on to 2I. 2I, yes. I'm sorry?
Yes.
It is a very similar issue to what we just did with 2H, and so is there any objection to also just postponing action on 2I until the next meeting? Barry?
My understanding was the motion was to remove 2H, so now we are postponing it without a motion.
No, we are postponing action on 2H for it to be reviewed by our voter protection office. And now the question before this committee that I would ask is if there is any objection to postponing action on 2I, which is very similar to 2H. Seeing no objection, we'll postpone action on 2I. So we have Rule 2J, which talks about government-run voting systems, and it's important for state parties to resist attempts at voter suppression, disenfranchisement, and ensure an open and inclusive process. Efforts include revising state party rules and encouraging administrative rules, legislation, or considering litigation to allow same-day party switching for the Democratic presidential nominating process, or to achieve state laws that allow voters to switch parties at least as late as the deadline for registering to vote. Are there any questions? Elaine?
Yeah, I didn't realize this existed. This obviously snuck in here somehow, right? Because this allowing same-day party switching for Democratic to achieve state laws that allow voters to switch. So that takes all of the 2B states and says that the 2B states need to fix those. And I don't think, frankly, this is terrible about this committee, but I don't think we ever focused on this. Okay? I mean, do you, David, Frank, I don't think we ever did this. So we have part of the solution here, but I think we still need to do the other stuff. But clearly, this is directed to 2B states.
Yes, and it came out of the Unity Reform Commission proposals. It came out of the concerns about New York that you mentioned, where you had to register 6 months early.
Yeah, that's right.
So it's part of it's just making it easier for register. Part of it was to address, and the original impetus was to address those state systems where you had to register 6 months in advance before you knew who the candidates were. That is where it came from.
Okay, well now it's only taken us how many years to get to it?
Any other comments on 2J? Oh, Gary.
I have submitted 3 amendments, but all of which are just basically language changes to beef things up or make them clearer. The first one is on this one, which is 2J, and it talks about voter suppression and disenfranchisement, which we know is going to be a huge issue this time. And I'd like to just beef this up a little bit by changing it to read that it is important. Now, instead of important for state parties to resist, change it to it is imperative for state parties to oppose, so that we have stronger language there about fighting voter suppression and disenfranchisement. Thank you.
Gary is recommending 2 wordsmithing changes to this section to strike the word important and insert the word imperative, and to strike the word resist and to insert the word oppose. Is there any objection to Gary's proposed change? Okay, seeing none, it's done. All right. Any other discussion? Coleman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have objection to it. And at the risk of sounding contrarian, is there a belief that any state party would not vehemently oppose voter fraud? Or any of the, it just feels like there's, well, let me say it this way. I would invite many people to have a conversation with their state parties and or the ASDC to ensure that there is really an understanding that many of these added words are things that are happening every day. I'm not going to speak for all state parties. I will say if that has not been communicated, ASDC, I think, Madam President, would be more than happy to make those introductions and or make the work that we do every day more readily available, especially to this committee, so that we understand that mandating things that are already happening in the states makes it a disconnect between the work of this committee and Democrats who are in the trenches every day to make sure that we have free and fair elections, that people are protected when they go, not only when they go to vote, but every day in between. That is the work of state parties. And so again, I didn't want to be entirely contrarian, but I just want us to be very clear that state parties are busting their behinds to do this work. And some of this should be taken in consideration when we have these conversations.
Thank you. Any other comments on 2J? Okay, we'll move on to 2K. 2K was also a rule that was added as a result of the Unity Reform Commission process and as a result of especially that committee's interest in trying to move states into primaries rather than caucuses. And so the provisions of Rule 2K mostly are requirements that that states that use caucuses have to meet, and I'm going to save the time of reading all of those requirements, unless you want me to. But is there any discussion on Rule 2K? David.
Out of curiosity, how many states are no longer, how many states do not use government-run primaries at this point?
Yeah, I think it's 5 or 6. And basically, this requirement, 2K, for all practical purposes, killed caucuses.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
You know, and I think that was frankly the intent of it too. and I agree. So, but that's what it did, is it laid out all the things you have to do, and frankly, you just can't do them in a caucus unless the state spent every single dollar that it would spend in a four-year system to build something, you know,
Right,
which
but-
I think is a little silly.
Yeah, although I'll just comment that it becomes an important rule because we may have to ask states to do party-run primaries when state legislatures start telling them that the only government primary they'll provide will be one that violates our rules. So we need to have around what you have to do if you get forced into that situation, and be prepared for it, because certainly in a state where Trump has sway over the legislature, it wouldn't surprise me at all if you don't end up with a government-run primary in that state that doesn't really match our standards of participation and non-voter suppression. And at some point, we may have to draw a line in the sand. But it's late, and that's enough editorializing. I'm done.
Any other comments on Rule 2K? No other comments on Rule 2K, so we're done with Rule 2 then. And Helen has written up a synopsis of what has happened on Rule 2. The committee has postponed Rule 2A through E, Rule 2G, 2H, and 2I. No changes to Rule F or K, and there was a change to 2J without objection. Thank you, Helen.
So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and what I would like to recommend to the committee is that we try to get at least to Rule 5, and after that we will adjourn, and I'm going to meet with the DNC to figure out how we can continue to work through these rules, and some might be virtual, and so we might end up adding an additional meeting if that.
When we come together at the end of May, is all our time going to be taken up with the state presentations?
This is going to be a lot.
Not necessarily. We do have 2 long days, and at the end of presentations, it's kind of at the discretion of the committee if they would like to discuss the rules or discuss the presentations. And then on Friday, we will continue working on whatever hasn't been finished on the rules, or we'll begin the call.
Okay, so we could get a little bit done, maybe, right, after the state presentations.
That's dependent on you.
Okay.
We'll take a 5-minute break, and it will be 5 minutes, please. So we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to pick up on Rule 3. And we're going to try to move through it as quickly as possible with those who want to add amendments to certain things, because we do want to make sure you guys can get out tonight at a reasonable hour. So, Rick, go ahead.
So Rule 3 is on scheduling of delegate selection meetings, and I will ask Sham for a brief overview on Rule 3.
Thank you, Rick. So Rule 3 requires meetings to be scheduled at accessible times and locations that maximize participation. It mandates a uniform timing for first step meetings unless a deviation is pre-approved, and it limits individuals to participating in only one first step delegate selection meeting.
Okay, so thank you, Sham. Rule 3A talks about the scheduling, that is what I was looking for. Scheduling of all official meetings and events related to the delegate selection process. Are there any amendments to Rule 3A? Michael.
Thank you. I submitted an amendment to staff.
Thank you. We're getting it up on the screen. Is that it? Okay, great. Michael, do you want to talk about it?
Sure. This amendment reinforces that participation must be meaningfully accessible to all Democrats, including individuals with disabilities. It clarifies expectations without imposing one-size-fits-all structural burdens on state parties. It ensures ADA compliance as a baseline for equitable participation, if at all feasible. And I look forward to your questions.
Zoe, can you scroll just a little bit more? Thank you.
Great. Is there a second to, okay, so it has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on Michael's proposal?
Over here.
Elaine.
Michael, I heartily support this proposal, and if I didn't, I couldn't go home. My husband is Denny Hoyer, and he was the champion of the ADA meeting, so I really have to be on record.
Jamie? Who's Jamie? Oh, Raymond.
Did you just confuse me with Jamie Harrison?
No. Oh, okay. Nope. Raymond.
Thank you. I also want to support this, and I'm going to very much encourage my colleagues and other state parties to do more than just all reasonable efforts. It is something that we take very, very seriously in New Hampshire. We do not schedule anything that is not 100% and accessible, and we don't allow anything that occur in anything that's not 100% ADA compliant. So I think this is great, but hell, I would support it if it didn't have the reasonable line in either. So good job. I was actually thinking about it before the amendment came up, going, I really wish we had stronger language. So thank you, Michael.
Great. Derek? Can you turn on your mic, please? Thanks.
Thank you. I think this is great. I fully support it. The only, I guess, edit I would make, with Mike's permission, is I would take out the word reasonable. It seems like gives a potential out. By definition, if efforts aren't reasonable, then they won't be done.
Mike, do you want to talk about that?
Yeah, I hate to be the person to do this, but there's a lot of state parties and congressional districts where there simply aren't necessarily a publicly accessible location that is ADA compliant. So I want to be respectful and cognizant of that. In an ideal world, obviously, it would be all efforts shall be made to ensure, but I think keeping that in mind and ensuring that state parties have a recommendation to build off of and a goal to reach. But simply put, I don't believe that in every district in the country there's going to be a publicly accessible.
May I respond to that or no?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. I appreciate what you're saying. If there are states that, for instance, that don't have access to facilities that are ADA compliant, well, then the effort's been made to at least find one. So the word reasonable wouldn't even need to be there because the effort's made it and it was unsuccessful, but all efforts were made. The reasonable goes to the efforts made, not the end result. But thank you.
Okay. Alicia?
I'd like to move that we accept this by acclamation, rather than everybody going around talking about how great it is, because I think that we are all in agreement this is a great idea. I'd like to move that we accept this by acclamation.
Elaine, although I see that her tent is up, is there any objection to just having a vote on acclamation? Okay, seeing no objection. All of those in favor of this amendment, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, nay?
Nay. Oops, sorry.
I believe that it was unanimous.
Yes, it was. I'm so
and
sorry.
it is adopted. Thank you.
I just wanted to add a little, see if you all were woke. You were, yes, you were awake.
Okay, so now we are in Rule 3B, which talks about meetings or events which are the first event in a state's delegate selection process being at uniform times throughout the state. Are there any amendments to this rule? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to Rules 3C, which says the times, dates, and places and rules for the conducts of meetings shall be effectively publicized by the state party. Are there any amendments to this rule? And I see, Andre, that you have your tent up, and I actually got the right, focused on the right person this time.
This time it was not Jane's previous one. Yes, the text of this amendment has also been sent to staff for 3C. It's from the previous.
Looking for it right now.
Sorry, just give me 1 sec. So sorry, 3C, we're no fewer than 14 days?
Yes, that's the one.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't get them from you.
Andre, do you want to talk about your proposed amendment?
Sure. So what this amendment does is it adds what 3C is about is making sure that we are publicizing all of these things. This goes and sets a floor on what that publicization would look like by requiring that the notice is given at least 14 days in advance and through a couple of different types of media and methods. Really, in my experience with these kinds of things, vast majority of state parties go well above and beyond, but much has been the theme as we've been going so far, that this is just setting a floor to make sure that we are doing some very basic transparency and efforts to make sure that we're actually advertising our process properly.
Great. Is there a second to Andre's motion? Okay. Frank?
Yeah, frankly, on DC, I'm a little concerned about the no fewer than 14 days because state delegate selection plans might have 30-day and other sorts of deadlines, and that might cause some confusion if this plan says it has to be at least 14 days, but then states want to do more. Yeah, it does say no fewer, but it still has another deadline there that's might cause confusion.
Are there any other comments? Barry?
Just when I see including, it seems to be all-inclusive, so I would think that we might want to say including but not limited to distribution. So there may be other ways that the state party wants to execute the notice, and I just don't want to limit it to what's there.
And Andre?
I saw this language as a floor and not being exclusive, but I have no issue with including but not limited to. I don't think this precluded that, so it's fine with me.
Is there any objection to including Barry's change into this amendment? Okay. Indira?
Yeah, so this is pertaining to delegate selection of meetings and things like that. That means an official call has to go, Robert's rules have to be followed. This feels redundant to me.
Okay. Any other comments on this amendment?
Sorry, just
Can we
one
clarify?
question.
Go ahead.
Barry, what was your amendment?
Amendment, it says including distribution. I would just say including but not limited to.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments? Seeing none, we'll vote on this proposed amendment as revised. And all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay? All right, the ayes have it, and it is approved. Any other amendments or on Rule 3C? Seeing none, we'll move to 3D, which talks about concise statements in advance of all meetings and events concerning the relationship of what is going to be happening at that meeting. Are there any amendments? Okay, seeing no amendments, we'll move to Rule 3E that says that prohibits individuals from participating in more than one meeting, which is the first step in the delegate selection process. Are there any amendments to this section? Okay, seeing none, we are done with Rule 3, and I believe that Helen is writing up a description of what the committee did. 3A was amended, 3B, no change, 3C was amended, 3D, and 3E, there were no changes. Thank you, Helen. And we're doing Rule 4? Okay.
We are going to go through Rule 4, and guess what? We're going to let you go after Rule 4. Oh, you're welcome.
And we might just actually end on time.
Yep.
All right. Did you want to do Rule 4? No. You want me to do it? Okay. So Rule 4 is concerning an open party, and it does include the provisions on the 6 basic elements. And I will turn over to Will for a brief overview.
Rule 4 is on an open party. It reaffirms the Democratic Party's commitment to openness and the 6 basic elements of inclusion. Rule requires transparency, accessibility, and non-exclusion in all party meetings and processes. Ensures members are fully informed about how to participate and run for party positions.
Okay, thank you, Will. And Rule 4A and B both concern the 6 basic elements as updated that were originally adopted at the 1964 convention. Are there any amendments to Rules 4A and 4B? Okay, seeing none, we'll move on to Rule 4C. And Rule 4C talks about provisions to demonstrate the intention of the Democratic Party to ensure full opportunity for all of our non-discrimination categories to participate in the delegate selection process. Is there any amendment to that? Okay, seeing none. There were no changes to Rule 4. And Madam Chair, what is your preference?
I'm sorry. Sean was talking to me. Can you repeat that?
There were no changes to Rule 4.
We're done.
We're done.
Well, that concludes our meeting. And again, I'd like to thank the committee. I'd like to thank, I'm sorry, Tom David.
No, I want to preempt you, and on behalf of the committee members, as opposed to you, thank Rick for
Yes.
sitting in and getting us through this so well.
Oh my God. Was that? Oh, that is even
Zora
better than
is the best.
Yes. So I do personally want to thank. I do want to personally thank Rick. I think this has been a revisit of history for him, but as you can see, he is well versed in this. But I also want to thank all the committee members, new and the veterans, for your patience, because it does require a lot of patience. And I also want to say that, you know, a lot of times when you hear the members asking questions, when you hear them making comments, when you hear them making comments as opposed to amendments, it's sometimes okay. And we have to give grace to that as well. So I thank you all for all that you're doing and all the patience that you share with each other, because this is not a process that many people can go through. I mean, some of you have done it many, many times, and I assure you, you're going to be at this table or virtually a lot. So we'll continue to respect each other, learn from each other. And Rick, again, thank you so much. And Jim, if you're still listening, we missed you, and we will see you either virtually or in May. Thank you again. We're adjourned.